The National Healthy Start Feeding Program, Madam President, is reducing hunger in classrooms. Along with our donor partners like the Republic of China and Taiwan, this National Healthy Start Feeding Program caters meals for over 4,000 primary school students from 35 schools and 2,967 secondary school students from 9 schools. We project in 2023-24 that it will cover at least 20. Coming to 2024-25, 12 additional schools will be covered, Madam President, with an estimated enrollment of 5,950 students. Madam President, this program is expensive, but government is irreversibly committed to continuing to finance it. It is costing us significant amounts of money, but it is money well spent. Children need a healthy start if they are going to learn. The Millennium Challenge Corporation, Madam President, which is a program by an United States agency, is partnering with Belize to conclude a compact which we expect will be concluded during the course of the next fiscal year. That will result, Madam President, in a grant of $250 million. $250 million, 4% of GDP. Madam President, that will focus on education and on energy. The primary objective on the education investment is to increase the availability of post-primary graduates with the competencies relevant to the labor market demands. And so it is designed to ensure that our graduates will have the skills better suited to meet the challenges of the 21st century. That is the focus of the education component. When it comes to energy, Madam President, the primary focus of the effort will be to reduce the wholesale cost of electricity, which will then redound to the consumers at the retail end. And this we hope to do by increasing the use of renewable energy through the signing of new power purchase agreements for low-cost renewable energy generation. And these projects, Madam President, will be implemented over the period 2024 to 2025. Madam President, with that highlight, I commend this budget to this Honorable Senate. The budget, as far as we on the government bench is concerned, came out on March the 6th to approve the work of the John Briceño administration. In their thousands, Madam President, they came out and said, we want to stay on track. And this budget, Madam President, keeps us on track as mandated by the Belizean people. And I commend the budget to this Honorable Senate. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to ask your permission to refer to my notes as I'm doing the presentation. Madam President, I rise to make the presentation on the 2024-2025 budget. The budget as we know it is an important legislative event. It is a bill that authorizes government expenditure over a 12-month period. It analyzes government priority areas and puts government development initiatives through the Capital 2 and Capital 3 portions of the budget. We have been doing this every year, Madam President, without fail and on time. The expenditure budget is now 1.6 billion, and this, and likely more, will be spent over next year. Before I get into the actual numbers of the budget, Madam President, kindly permit me to give a backdrop of the state of our mechanism to account and record for the spending of our tax dollars that are obtained from taxpayers. And this is just a backdrop, Madam President, because sometimes I feel that we really don't give enough attention to the other aspects that is related to the budget. We come here and we present the budget in turn and get the permission to spend, but seldom do we really take the time to look at how those monies have been spent. Well, we are always made aware of where the money will be spent, Madam President. We have a lot less efficient system to tell us how this money was spent. Madam President, we are running a broken system in accounting for how these monies are being spent. I will quote from the annual report from the Auditor General for 2014-2015. You will note that this is the last annual report submitted, and you will also note that this was for a period a decade ago. On page 7 of that report, Madam President, we get statements such as these in his report from the Auditor General, Madam President. This is not to hit the current administration in terms of the presentation today, but I just wanted to give a backdrop of where the state of our accounting system is for monies being spent and that are approved by these budgets. Statements such as these, Madam President, finally in those statements presented are not reliable. Again, these are recurring themes from the Auditor General's reports. Another one, in my opinion, and this is where the Auditor General would state her overall opinion on the financial statements, on the reliability of those statements. And she says, in my opinion, the financial statements do not give a true and fair view of the government's financial position as of March 31st, 2015. Again, what this is, Madam President, is this is really a disclaimer. It's saying that nothing can be relied on the information that is being generated in the government system. This is a very serious state of affair. Madam President, for a long time, the talk was all about the Auditor General not doing his or her work. We felt that if we could strengthen that department, that area, that we would be able to get audits in a timely manner. While that is important, it really only gives half the problem. What really became clear to us at the Joint Public Account Committee, Madam President, is that the real problem is more upstream. The Auditor General cannot audit accounts if the accounts are not being prepared by the Accountant General. And this is the case. The accounts are woefully late. So late that the last one, like I mentioned, was 2014-2015. The Accountant General reports to the Financial Secretary, and the Financial Secretary reports to the Minister of Finance, who is normally the Prime Minister. This is the source of the delay. So we have a budget that is today, that if today is an indication of what will happen, what is spent this coming year can, if this trend continues, be audited 10 years from now. This is completely unacceptable, Madam President. And so I'm saying that we owe a lot more to the taxpayers in this country in terms of accounting for the funds that we spend. Yes, we have the budget today that goes through the process of approval, but we need to account for those monies so that we know that, so that everybody in this country know that we're getting value for the monies we spend. Madam President, before our detractors come at us, let me state that yes, JPAC is to review the annual reports of the Auditor General. This we have done and continue to do so, and I must commend the Prime Minister in terms of expanding what was then the Public Accounts Committee to the Joint Public Accounts Committee, because now it is functioning. We're meeting and we're reviewing the statements, but there's only so much we can do, Madam President. We cannot review what is not what is not before us. The Accountant General cannot audit statements if they're not presented by the Accountant General. So we can't review what is not there. The last one, as I said, was 2014-2015. Neither do we control the Accountant General. She reports to the Financial Secretary. We have had many meetings with the Accountant General, the Auditor General, the Financial Secretary. However, those responsible must do their jobs. As we speak on this 26th day of March, Madam President, in 3 months' time, we should have had the accounts for this current year that we're completing right now at the end of March 31st. Because the Accountant General has 3 months to finish that work. But no, like I said, it's 10 years behind. And this is required under the Finance and Audit Reform Act of 2005. I think it's section, part 3, section 5.1. I say all that to say, Madam President, that this budget and all budgets before have a dark side. There's a shadow hanging over these budgets. There's a built-in efficiency to get budgets approved, but none to account for them with the efficiency that we see in terms of the presentation of the budget. The law is being broken every year. Madam President, let me go into the budget being presented today. On the revenue side, in last year's budget, we have a projected outturn of 1.438 billion. And this year we are budgeting to collect 1.519 billion from all sources. On the expenditure side, we expect to spend 1.498 billion, inclusive of Cap 2 and Cap 3, over the last year. And this year, and when I say expected, because we're just completing the current year that we're in. And we're budgeting to spend, in this coming fiscal year, 1.604 billion, which, as the leader of government business said, we have a 308 million recurrent surplus, a 30 million primary deficit, and an overall deficit of $85 million, leaving a financing gap, if we add in the debt repayments, of 215 million. And these are all very manageable, Madam President. These are not bad numbers at all, because they're really within the range that are manageable. And so we came pretty close where expenses almost equaled revenues. And I think that if we continue to work on the revenue side of the budget, if we continue to try to contain expenses as much as possible, I think that we can look at an overall surplus at some point. On the revenue side, Madam President, I am of the view that the government forgoes millions of dollars in uncollected taxes each year. This is very, excuse me. This is very important to bring fairness into the system. For those who play by the rules, and I'm talking about the private sector, Madam President, they're disadvantaged in a competitive environment when they have to compete with those who unfairly don't pay their fair share. And as a result, is either able to sell at a lower price or have a bigger margin, or in some cases both. I will give you one example, Madam President, and this is an area I think I've raised on a couple of occasions. And this is an area that we're woefully underperforming. Land tax. We have budgeted $7.152 million in this coming fiscal year. This is generally the amount we budget to collect every year, $6 million, $7 million. And you'd look at it, Madam President, and say, well, this is consistent, so seems reasonable. But the fact is, Madam President, is that we could collect a lot more in this area. In fact, my understanding from talking from those who work in the system and work with the system is the amount we can collect for land taxes could be well over $100 million per year. So at $7 million per year that we're collecting, Madam President, we're only collecting about 7% of what is possible in land taxes. And this is not only for collection's sake, Madam President. I think we're all aware. We're looking, I think the government, the leader of government business mentioned, went over, that the recurrent expenditures were 73% of the total expenditures, and that the capital portion of the budget was 27%. But imagine if we can do a better job in terms of collecting in those areas that were underperforming. Those monies would then go into the consolidated revenue fund, which then increases the amount of revenues, which then decreases the amount of money we have to borrow from other sources, both domestically and external, which then decreases our interest rates that we have to pay, and then in turn increases the amount of things we can do for development to address the critical needs in the country, to put in areas like education, health, and those critical areas. And so I think that we, Madam President, we have a responsibility to look at the inefficiencies within the system, look at how we're going, so that we don't come here every year and budget on inefficiencies, whether that is on the revenue side or whether it's on the expenditure side. As well, Madam President, I think that a lot more can be done in terms of the general sales tax. Again, we keep on hearing all these stories about persons and groups beating the system. Again, whether it is true or not, Madam President, I think it's really incumbent to look closely in these situations, to try to create a level playing field, a fair playing field, so that those who are playing by the rules will not be disadvantaged. On the expenditure side, Madam President, I want to go over some of these areas by ministries. And when looking at the overall budget, Madam President, you'll see that 5 ministries or 5 areas overspent by around $47 million. And then there were 14 other ministries that actually underspent by around $42 million. And so there was almost a wash there, and so you don't really see any major you don't see any major discrepancy between what was budgeted for the previous year and this year. I think that was what the leader of government business alluded to just a little while before. Madam President, I'll go to at the judiciary. We budgeted $22,248 in this fiscal period, and now we're budgeting for the next fiscal period $11,101,154. No, this was revised, 11 million. So we actually underspent by $2 million, by $1.9 million. I'm sorry. Now we're budgeting $11 million, which again is in line with what was spent. I think that those who were in the budgeting process realized that, they probably over budgeted in the judiciary, and perhaps the judiciary doesn't need all that money. So that is fine. In the Ministry of Public Service, Constitutional, Political Reform and Religious Affairs, Madam President, the budget was $20,887,436, but what was actually spent was $17,691,370. Now in this year's budget, and that was an underspending of $3.2 million. I know that this is where the political reform process is taking, and I also understand that there's a need for additional spending in this area, and so that is probably why, while we only spent $17 million this year, there's a budget for $22 million. No quarrel there, Madam President. I think that we can understand that. The Director of Public Prosecution, Madam President, there was a $2,338,171, and there was a spending of $875,895, which was an underspending of $462,276. Now, even though they only spent $1.8 million, Madam President, I'm seeing that we're budgeting $3 million in the coming year. Again, and if you look at that, most of that money is set to be spent in a recurrent expenditure. That's a big increase. It almost doubles what we have. And that almost doubles what was there previously. And yes, we understand that there was an increase in terms of the salaries for councils and some of the other areas. Probably justified. I'm just pointing it out, Madam President. Now, in the office of the Prime Minister, Madam President, there was a $42 million that was budgeted for this year. $42,648,059. What was spent was $40,699,947, which was an underspending of $1.9 million. But this year, we're budgeting $43 million, $43,590,748 in this area. which is a $1.3 million increase, even over what was budgeted, Madam President. So the point is that even though there was an underspending in this area, we see an increase even above what was initially budgeted last year. Madam President, in the Ministry of Finance, there was a $377 million that was budgeted in this previous period, but we actually spent $402 million. This year we're budgeting $396 million. So there was an overspend of $25 million in the Ministry of Finance. Again, just pointing it out, Madam President, that was one of the areas that really had a huge overspending. In the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Madam President, another area where there was a huge overspend. $140 million was budgeted, $157 million was spent, which was a $16.9 million overspend. And this year, we're budgeting $194 million in health. Now, I understand that health is a critical area in the country, and it needs a type of financial support. But it's also important, Madam President, that in these areas where we're spending these huge amounts, that we actually have systems in place to make sure that we're getting value for money in these areas. The easiest place to hide a tree, Madam President, is in a forest. And so when you have a lot of activities like this, when you have huge budgets, huge budget items like this, a lot can go wrong. I'm not saying that anything is going wrong. All I'm saying is that it then requires that we put in special effort, Madam President, to make sure that we're covering the areas, to make sure that we're using taxpayers' money prudently and that we're getting value for money. In the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Madam President, $25 million was budgeted. We spent $21 million, which was an underspend of $4 million. And now we're budgeting $26 million. And $5 million of that, Madam President, is in the Capital 2 area. So again, I imagine that would be special projects, probably the International Court of Justice case that we have. So again, I'm just pointing out the numbers. In the Ministry of Education, Madam President, we budgeted $282 million. We spent $273 million. And I'm rounding these off to millions for ease of presentation, Madam President, which was an underspend of $9 million. Now we're budgeting $303 million for the upcoming year. And I think that increase is relating to what we refer to as the free education program, Madam President. And I just want to point out there's nothing free in this life. I mean, what we're talking about in terms of free education is that we've moved the payments from direct use and spreading it over to the population. But again, I'm sure it's a good policy, especially for those who struggle to afford education. I don't think that education is something that we can be pinching pennies too much. I think we need to make sure that we move to educate our population as much as possible, as much as the budgets allow. In the Ministry of Agriculture, Madam President, and I'd like to just talk about this one a little. We had budgeted $24 million. We spent $19 million, which was an underspend of $4 million. Now this one baffles me. We just came out of a year where there was a drought farmers struggled, especially those with crops and were in the cattle industry. And so I'm wondering, how on earth do you want to spend $4 million in agriculture when there's so much need out there in this area? It's an area where we're going through a lot of some huge changes for the worse. You have bananas, the bananas and Sayatoka disease, Madam President. You have the citrus greening in the citrus industry, and the production in those areas have plummeted over the years. And so they need a lot of support. And so I'm not expecting to see an underspend in agriculture. I was actually expecting to see an overspend and even a drive for more monies in those areas, because it's an area we have to address. Agriculture continues to be an important sector in this country. It's also critically important, Madam President, is because this is where we get our food from, and it doesn't matter what new technologies come in. It doesn't matter what changes we make. People need food daily. And so it's important that we continue to look at agriculture as that even if the export markets dwindle, even if we're having problems out there in terms of exports, we need to try to feed our population, and there's some critical areas, I think, that we produce for, but we have to make sure that we're concentrating on the food production in this country. For next fiscal year, Madam President, there's a $23 million that is budgeted, again, even less than what was budgeted in the previous year. In the Ministry of Natural Resources, Madam President, there was a $25 million that was budgeted. $32 million was spent, so there was an overspent in natural resources of $6 million. Now, I don't know where that $6 million went, Madam President. I don't know if it is land reacquisitions. I don't know if it's payment for all the things that have been happening in that ministry. But again, I think it needs looking into, because there are some critical ministries, especially in the productive sector. And I am not saying that natural resources is not related to the productive sector, but I'm saying that when you have scarce resources, you have to make sure that you're spending it in the most efficient manner. And that's the only point I'm making. In the Ministry of Tourism and Diaspora Relations, Madam President, there was a $2 million budgeted, $1.3 million that was spent, which was an underspent of $928,000. Now, again, a critical area, but I'm not taking the same position I did with agriculture and tourism, because I know that there is a BTB, and the BTB does a lot of the marketing for tourism. And so you see the small budget in tourism, and it's probably because a lot of the work in tourism happens with the Belize Tourism Board. And now there's a $2.8 million that is budgeted for this coming fiscal year, Madam President. In the Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management, Madam President, $36 million was budgeted in this fiscal period. $27 million was spent, which was an underspent of $9 million. This coming year, we're budgeting $34 million, which was a little less than what was budgeted last year. But again, we had a huge underspending of $9 million, and I'm wondering, well, why so much? Madam President, in the Ministry of Public Utilities, Logistics and E-Governance, $11 million was budgeted, $7 million was spent, which was an underspent of $3 million. And this year we have $11 million again being budgeted. Again, I hope that the extra spending is justified for this year. And it's critical, Madam President, to try to get the budgeting right, because when you're sharing resources and you're saying, well, where this will spend, if you're overspending in any area that might not be necessary, then it deprives you the opportunity to spend in some of the critical areas that you may need to allocate some of those funds. In the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing, Madam President, $194 million was budgeted. $185 million was spent, which was an underspent of $8 million. This year, there's a budgeted $166 million. So they did take down that one significantly. Ministry of Home Affairs, New Growth and Industries. Madam President, there was a budgeted of $101 million. And a spending of $107 million, so there was an overspend in that ministry of $5 million. And this year, there's $111, a little more than what was budgeted this year. Another area of overspending, Madam President, was in the Ministry of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Labor and Local Government. $16 million was budgeted, $23 million was spent, which was $7 million overspending. And this year, there's a $17 million being budgeted. The Ministry of Blue Economy and Civil Aviation, Madam President, $7.7 million was budgeted this year. $6.7 million was spent, which was an underspending of $953,000. And this year, we have budgeted even more than what was budgeted before, of $8.3 million. And the last one, Madam President, is the Ministry of National Defense and Border Security. $71 million was budgeted, $82 million was spent, which was an overspending of $11 million. And now $74 million is being budgeted again. And this is actually an interesting one, Madam President, because I had brought up the Ministry of Defense, especially in the previous budget, in saying that I don't think that their numbers were realistic. And I'll get to that very shortly. But you look at what they had in emoluments, Madam President, and I'll get to that very shortly. But before I do, let me just go over a few areas. Salaries and pensions are accounting for around 32% of recurrent revenues, Madam President, and in terms of the overall. Last year, and this one was strange to me, is we saw 1,510 new employees come into the system. From my calculations, Madam President, and this is merely dividing emoluments by the total number of staff, it's costing government $31,000 per employee. This coming year, we have budgeted 819 more staff into the public sector. And this one baffles me, Madam President, because, previously in previous budgets, I think we all accepted that the private sector was not able to take up all the employment demands. But this, I think, has changed quite a bit over the past few years. In fact, we're looking at unemployment at 3.5% this year. And it'll probably likely fall even more because there's a real crunch to find workers in the country right now. Whether that is in the agricultural industry, Madam President, in the construction area, or in the services sector, there's a real struggle to find workers right now. And when you see government taking on so many people, 1,510 in this coming year, what we're seeing is that government is competing for what is getting to become a scarce resource. Might be unnecessarily so, when really the private sector is in a position to take many of those workers on right now. I'm hoping that the 1,500 new persons that went into the public sector, Madam President, were very needed. Because, like I said, we're reaching a situation now, Madam President, where it might not be necessary for government to ease the unemployment situation by taking on persons within the public sector as much as it did before. This becomes a strain on the system, and if it wasn't required, unnecessarily so. And so it's an area that I would want to ask the current administration to maybe look at as closely as possible. I know that after elections, after new administrations come in, sometimes they reward some of their key people with contracts. But like I said, I think the private sector is in a much better position to take up some of this load, Madam President. And so I would want to ask the government to look at this as closely and to work with the private sector in terms of trying to free up more persons for employment in that area. Madam President, I want to look at a few critical areas, and these are related to I want to point out a couple areas that again came to my attention, and I'll only choose one area in the expenditure area, Madam President. Then I'll look at the personal emoluments. In some cases, what I've seen in the budget, Madam President, is in some cases there seems to be somewhat of a disconnect between the number of persons employed and the emoluments that were budgeted for those areas. The first one I want to look at, Madam President, is the Ministry of National Defense and Border Security. In this fiscal year, there was a projection of, well, there was a projection of 1,838 staff members. This coming year, the number has not changed. For that 1,838 staff, Madam President, the government paid $54,399,597. For the same number of staff, the budget this year is $979,715, which is $10 million less for the same number of staff. It just doesn't reconcile in my mind. And this was the very same thing that happened the previous year. They had actually budgeted, the budget for last year, I believe, for emoluments was around the same $44 million. And the spending, as I had pointed out, is $54 million because you can't reduce people's pay. Madam President, in the Ministry of Blue Economy and Civil Aviation, this year there's 133 members of staff. This year it's projected at 138 persons. This current year, for that 133 staff, is $4.3 million. But for 5 more persons, the projected amount is $5 million, which is $751,000 more for 5 additional staff. again, the numbers don't seem to add up very much on those. I struggle to see how five more persons could cost 751,000 more. Madam President, in the Ministry of Economic Development and Investment, persons are on staff in this current fiscal year. There's a projected of 91 for next year. Now, so that's an increase of 11 members of staff. This year, they spent $1.7 million on those 80 persons, but next year they're planning to spend $1.6 million. So you have an increase of 11 persons in the ministry, but then you have a decrease in salaries of $105,000. In the Ministry of Economic Development and Investment, Madam President, there's 68 persons on staff, and it's projected to grow to 84 persons this year, which is an increase of 16 persons. They spent $5.8 million this year, and next year they'll spend $6.8 million, which is almost $1 million more. $1 million more for 16 additional staff. Now, I don't know if the government is planning an increment increase, but it seems that the numbers are not matching as much as I'd expect to see in the budget. Now, in the Ministry of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries, Madam President, there are 2,124 persons, and it's projected to grow to 2,416 persons, which is a 292 person staff growth. Now, I know that the police is always adding persons in the ministry, in the department. And they spent $76 million, and they're planning to spend $78 million in emoluments this year. Again, seems relatively reasonable. But the point I wanted to make on this one, Madam President, is in Home Affairs, is that sometimes I think that in the police department, sometimes I think we're just throwing numbers at a problem, and we're not really looking at addressing the quality of the service that we get from those individuals. And so, Belizeans, I believe, want a better quality of life. We want to be able to walk the streets and feel safe. We want to be able to move around our country as we feel like, in a law-abiding manner, of course, Madam President. But I don't think that is the case. I think safety is a huge concern for most Belizeans, especially given the current crime situation. And so, while we're increasing numbers there, Madam President, I really think that we need to start really holding the police department accountable for better service, and to be doing a better job in some of those areas, and to address the areas of corruption where it exists. Madam President, in the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing, there's 415 members of staff now, and it's projected to decrease by 9 to 406, which is a 9% decrease. But in the budgeted, there's $10.7 million budgeted. No, there's $10.7 million.
Just a reminder, you have about 7 minutes more to go.
Sure.
So if
I
you
should
need
wrap up
more,
by then, Madam President. Thank you. There's a spending of $10.7 million, and there's a projected next year of $11.1 million, which is a 370 $100,000 increase, Madam President. Like I said, there's a 9-member staff decrease, but then there's an increase in the emoluments of $370,000. Just pointing it out again. In the Ministry of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs, Madam President, 256 members of staff, now 259 projected, which is an increase of 3. But then in this one, we see emoluments, the spending on emoluments in this current year is $5.9 million. Next year, it's estimated at $8.4 million, which is $2.5 million increase. I don't know where that is coming from, for 3 additional members of staff. This is in the Ministry of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs. $2.5 million for increase in 3 persons. Again, I don't know if something went wrong there, but it seems like something is off there, Madam President. Ministry of Natural Resources, 152 members of staff, now 264 million projected, which is 264 persons projected, which is an increase of 112. That 112, $7.7 million was spent this year, $7.8 million next year, which is 105. 112 persons, Madam President, additional in the department, should cost a lot more than $105,000 more. Again, the numbers seem a little off on that one. Especially if we estimate that the cost of a government employee is around $31,000. So 100 will cost you close to what, $31 million? It seems a little off to me, Madam President. In the Ministry of Education, Culture, Science and Technology, Madam President, the increase in staff at 4,845 has not changed and will not change next year. But there's an increase of $2 million in emoluments in that area. And the last one I want to point out, Madam President, is in the Ministry of Health and Wellness. 2,088 staff, 2,085 projected, which is a decrease of 3 persons. But the emoluments in that area is going from $55 million this year to $63 million next year, which is $7.4 million increase in emoluments. And again, something seems woefully off on those numbers. Madam President, I appreciate the time that you've given me to go over some of these numbers. These are things that really jumped out at me, and these are some of the bigger ones. I looked at things that were had deviations of 5% or more, and so I didn't want to belabor the point. I just wanted to make the point that some of the numbers did not seem as realistic as perhaps they should be. But Madam President, in closing, this budget overall, I think, is a fiscally respectable one. We have a growing GDP, we have an increasing revenues, with relatively controlled expenses, as we've seen in the overall. We have lower inflation. The inflation is going down, which is a good thing. I'm hoping that we'll also see that people will also be able to feel it. I think that for a while we've been saying that inflation has been going down, but people are still seeing all the high prices in a lot of areas, especially in fuel. There's a primary surplus, Madam President, a small overall deficit, and an manageable foreign debt. While this is so, it also presents an opportunity to do more for the productive sector, more for accountability, more to tackle crime, more to tackle corruption, and overall, Madam President, more to try for us to achieve a better quality of life. Let us use this year to develop creative solutions and build a more strong future for all the citizens of Belize, because I think that these budgets and future budgets will present us an opportunity to go after projects and programs and initiatives that can improve people's lives. And if we do it in a prudent way, if we do it in an efficient way, Madam President, if we do it in a way where we're not only spending the money, but we're making sure that we're getting value for money spent, if we tackle the areas of corruption and inefficiencies within the system, I think that we can achieve that future. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Bevin Cal.
Thank you, Madam President, and good morning. Madam President, I would like to wish you and all the women in this chamber a happy Women's Month, and of course, happy Women's Month to all females in the entire country of Belize, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to make my contribution on the draft estimates of revenues and expenditure for the fiscal year 2024-2025. Madam President, I was going to say that we're here to debate, but unfortunately, there is no opposition for us to debate with, and I must place on the record, Madam President, for a healthy democracy, we need a strong opposition as well. And it's a sad day in Belize. Or, Madam President, if we look at the positive side, maybe they actually know how strong, how powerful, and how beneficial this budget is to the Belizean people, Madam President. And I will end it there. Madam President, we're here to elaborate on a draft budget, Madam President, and with your permission, I would like to refer to my notes. Of total revenues of $1.519 billion, Madam President, and on the expenditure side, $1.605 billion. Madam President, of the revenues, 1.83 billion is from tax revenues, Madam President. So these are taxes that is collected from our Belizean brothers and sisters, Madam President. And the people of Belize wants to know, and actually wants their taxes to be spent wisely, Madam President. They want to know if it is in this country, because we have a lot of hardworking Belizeans that pay high taxes, Madam President, and all they ask for is for their taxes to work and so that they can benefit as well, Madam President. Madam President, before I get in the meat of the budget, let me first quote former President Barack Obama when he said, "A budget is more than just a series of numbers on a page. It is an embodiment of our values and inspiration." Madam President, when a budget is used wisely and correctly, it does not restrict you, but it empowers you. It allows you to tell your money where to go instead of wondering where it went, Madam President. As I watched and I perused this budget book, Madam President, I look at the numbers and allocations for all the ministries, and I can clearly see, as all Belizeans, Madam President, that the budget presented by Prime Minister Briceño is a budget that embodies our beliefs and values, the values of the People's United Party, Madam President. Values such as being people-centered, Madam President. Values of growing the economy. Values of creating jobs. Values of taking people out of poverty. Values of a healthy population. And values of making Belize a progressive country, Madam President. This budget will be felt by every single Belizean. A budget, like my colleague Senator Ian Courtney said, a budget with no new taxes or any high taxes, Madam President. This is a big win for all Belizeans. Madam President, coming from the South, and to all our brothers and sisters in southern Belize, Stann Creek and Toledo, Madam President, we were once said to be the forgotten districts, Madam President, but today under the leadership of John Briceño, that is no more, Madam President. Actually, Madam President, the Toledo district is now a highlight in this budget, Madam President, and I will elaborate on that a bit more. Madam President, I want to first start with education. The last budget, Madam President, started the rollout of the free education. It started with 9 schools, and out of these 9 schools, 2 were from the Toledo district, the Toledo Community College and the Coruscant Technical High School, Madam President. Madam President, this new budget is now budgeting for 12 additional schools, Madam President, and we're thankful that out of those 12 schools, the last school in the Toledo district, the Julian Shaw Technical High School, will now have free education, Madam President. Madam President, this will be a historic year for the education sector in the Toledo district. And this makes me really proud and emotional to know that the young generation, the young people, the parents who were struggling to pay these fees, Madam President, can now ease that burden. Madam President, the reason why I say it's historic for the Toledo district, Madam President, is because as of August of this year, Madam President, no child in the secondary education will have to pay for education, Madam President. All of that is being provided and paid for by the government of Belize. Madam President, does not only include the tuition fees, but for the most needy, Madam President, it also includes books, uniforms, shoes, Madam President. And adding to that, Madam President, the government is also expanding its feeding program. So a lot of these students will also benefit from a free, healthy meal at these schools, Madam President. So, like I said, this is a historic day for the Toledo district, Madam President. So we must thank the Prime Minister and also the Minister of Education, Madam President. While still on education, Madam President, there's an expansion also on the bus runs in most of the villages in the Toledo district, Madam President. And I can tell you this, when we took over office, Madam President, in my community, San Pedro, Colombia, we had about 50 students, Madam President, who had to walk or try to catch a ride to reach the school. We're talking about 2 to 3 miles of walking, Madam President, in the dust. When it rains, it's in the mud. And sometimes these kids cannot go home for lunch, so they have to bring packed lunch at the school, Madam President. We talked to the minister about it, and Madam President, a few months ago, that school run was granted, and these kids can now just get on the bus and come to school, Madam President. This is a huge relief for these kids and the parents, Madam President. So again, we want to thank the ministry for that, Madam President. Madam President, I now want to move to infrastructure development and housing. This ministry, Madam President, has been changing lives in the Toledo district and across Belize. Madam President, this ministry and hard-working minister is remarkable, Madam President. I've had the privilege, Madam President, to see several of these houses, low-income houses, being delivered and handed to many Belizean single mothers and elderly, Madam President. And the joy, the tears of joy, Madam President, is like no other. And if you have the opportunity, Madam President, I urge you to attend one of these handing overs, and you're going to see the joy that these people express, Madam President. And this fiscal year, Madam President, $6 million is allocated for low-income houses and housing projects, Madam President. Again, a lot of our families in the Toledo district also benefited from the housing assistance and repairs that is being provided by the government, Madam President. Madam President, for the past 13 years, the rural communities were abandoned, Madam President. The roads were in the most terrible conditions, Madam President. We've never seen how bad these roads are for 13 years, Madam President. A lot of our farmers have issues getting their crops out for the past 13 years. Madam President, under the stewardship of Honorable Julius Espat, Madam President, that has changed. And coming from the rural communities, Madam President, I know of the challenges that our people have when it comes to these roads. The public transportation, which includes the buses, and even our school buses had issues coming out of these villages, Madam President. I visited a lot of these roads during the campaign, and it was really horrible, Madam President. And today, we can say that those roads have been improved, Madam President. The farmers are grateful for these roads. Madam President, I will highlight some of these projects that has been happening and is happening in some of the communities where I come from, Madam President. I think it is important for me to highlight where these monies are being spent. I need to highlight that the taxes that is being collected from the Belizean people are benefiting us in the rural communities, Madam President. And I will start with Medina Bank, Madam President. Medina Bank, when this government took office, Madam President, had no electricity, has issues with water systems. They had about only 3 roads and about 2 that is accessible, Madam President. And last week when I visited Medina Bank, Madam President, you can see the difference. Today, Madam President, Medina Bank now has electricity. Medina Bank's water system is being improved, Madam President. There is now tens of roads being opened for the residents of Medina Bank, Madam President. Madam President, Medina Bank now has telephone service thanks to this People's United Party government. I will now move on to Golden Stream, Madam President. Golden Stream, like Medina Bank, had no electricity, no roads, Madam President. We attended a funeral to go in Golden Stream, Madam President, and the conditions that these people have to reach to get their loved ones at the cemetery, Madam President, you would not believe. But today, Madam President, thanks to our representative, the Honorable Oscar Requena, in partnership with MIDH, Madam President, these communities, Golden Stream, now has access to several roads in their communities, including the one that leads to their cemetery, Madam President. This is life-changing for these communities. Golden Stream, like Benita Bank, also has telephone service in their communities, Madam President. Electricity. I moved to Indian Creek, Madam President. A few weeks ago, I was there visiting the community and seeing the infrastructure development that is happening there, the road works that is happening in Indian Creek, Madam President. A few months ago, we had several of the residents going on social media during the rainy season and complaining about their road conditions, Madam President. A lot of the young people want to build their homes, start a new family, but they could not get their materials and resources to reach their lots, Madam President. We're a government that listens, a government that is people-centered, a government that wants to improve the lives of its citizens, especially the young people, Madam President. Today, like Golden Stream and Medina Mac, Madam President, Indian Creek had no electricity, Madam President. Imagine these communities are on the highway, Madam President. The main line actually passes through their communities, but for too long, for a very long time, these communities had no access to electricity, to phone service, Madam President. That is sad, because they can just see the main line passing through their communities, and they have no access to it, Madam President. There were several promises given to them for the past years, but nothing came to fruition, Madam President. It took a government, a responsible government, under the leadership of John Briceño, to make this a reality for these communities, Madam President. Today, Indian Creek has electricity, Madam President. Road works like never before. History in the making for these communities, Madam President. Now, the dry weather is here, Madam President. A lot, the young people who had the dream of building their homes, building their families, is now a reality for them, Madam President, because they can take their materials to their lots and start to build the homes and the families that they have dreamed of, Madam President. So these people are really, really grateful for the works that is happening under this administration, Madam President. Madam President, in San Marcos we had a bridge, Madam President. When it rains, the people on the other side could not come out of the village because the bridge gets flooded. It was too low, Madam President. Last year, that bridge was fixed, cemented, Madam President. There's a lot of culverts being changed in these communities, giving access to these residents, even in the rainy season, Madam President. And across the Toledo district and the Stan Creek district, like the country of Belize, there's major works happening in the rural communities, Madam President. In my community, San Pedro, Colombia, all of our streets have been upgraded, Madam President. And this new budget, we have good news for the residents of San Pedro, Colombia, Madam President. A big community with an archaeological site, the Lubantun archaeological site, Madam President. It's a Mayan temple that a lot of tourists and Belizeans go to visit, Madam President. Today we can tell them, Madam President, that thanks to Prime Minister John Briceño, that road, the main road, will be full upgraded and with the hopes of being paved, Madam President. So again, that is big for us. That will bring a lot of economic benefits for our communities. We're going to get more tourists coming into the communities. More small businesses will come up, Madam President. So again, this is huge for us. Madam President, in Punta Gorda, a few months ago, Madam President, and a lot of my colleagues can attest to this, a few years ago, you will not want to go in Punta Gorda because of the streets, Madam President. The main street, as you enter Punta Gorda, you cannot access it, Madam President. The small vehicles, they have to divert to reach Punta Gorda, Madam President. But today, Madam President, that is changing. Street by street, it's changing, Madam President. The Joe Taylor Bridge, a one-way bridge, the residents of Punta Gorda have been clamoring for it to be changed, Madam President. Today, that is becoming a reality. The building of a two-lane bridge has commenced, Madam President. Again, thanks to the allocations by Prime Minister John Briceño, this is becoming a reality. Actually, Madam President, just yesterday when I was in Punta Gorda, and when I was coming out, Madam President, on that one-lane bridge, it's getting so bad that a police officer actually got into an accident on that bridge, Madam President. So it is really needed, and we're grateful that that is happening for the residents of Punta Gorda. Madam President, not only the bridge, but we have several other streets being paved and cemented in Punta Gorda, Madam President. Madam President, a few weeks ago, the residents of Punta Gorda made the right decision to vote for a People's United Party slate. And we're going to assure them, Madam President, that we will not fail them. They gave us that confidence, and we must deliver to them. Madam President, with your permission and patience, Madam President, I would like to read out the streets that is being paved presently, Madam President. I will start with the pavement of, again, Madam President, I was actually there, so I'm telling you facts of what is happening in Punta Gorda. I actually went firsthand to see these developments because for me, Madam President, Punta Gorda is close to my heart because we were considered the forgotten district and Punta Gorda the forgotten town, and we need to get out of that and change that picture, Madam President. So, in Punta Gorda, we have the Charles Westby Street being paved, Madam President, Far West Street being paved, Orange Walk Street being paved, Mahogany Street being paved, Prince Street being paved, and Sunflower Street being paved, Madam President. Madam President, the Jose Maria Nunez Street is one of the streets in the center of town, and that is where most of the public transportation, the buses would park for the public to board the bus, Madam President. That road, Madam President, you cannot imagine a street in a town in such conditions, Madam President. When I used to go in town and I had to divert that street, Madam President, it was so bad. And the sad thing is that a lot of residents had to go there because on that street, Madam President, one, you had to board the buses, two, the smart office is there, three, a pharmacy is there, and a lot of other grocery stores was there, Madam President. So all the people that go to Punta Gorda are being affected. Today, Madam President, and we ask for the patience of the residents and of course the business communities that are there, Madam President, is for their benefit, Madam President. Today, and I invite you, Madam President, in the next month or two to go to Punta Gorda, and you're going to see the clear difference, Madam President. A paved Jose Maria Nunez Street for the residents of Punta Gorda. Madam President, that is just some that is occurring at the moment. And in this new budget, Madam President, in collaboration with BTB and MIDH, Madam President, the front street at the old market, Madam President, it's also in a horrible condition, but they put some gravel in there, so it's good for the moment. But, Madam President, at the end of this year or early next year, that too, Madam President, will get major upliftment. And this will benefit largely the tourism sector, Madam President, because niche and BTB and MIDH is foreseeing a new house of culture in Punta Gorda, Madam President. That is needed to bring tourism in the area in Punta Gorda, Madam President. Not only that, Madam President, but there's also plans to build a marina for Punta Gorda, Madam President. Madam President, the residents of Punta Gorda and the entire Toledo district should be proud and happy about this budget, Madam President. I'm highlighting all of these so that they're aware that this POP administration, Madam President, has Toledo and Punta Gorda at heart. And we want to thank them for making that right decision with all the challenges that we had. We overcome it, Madam President, to have a POP town council that we can work with, that will work for the residents, Madam President. I know a lot of the people in in the Indianville area also want a lot of their streets upgraded, Madam President. A lot of culverts need to be changed, and I'm sure that all of that will also get done, Madam President. In the next 2 to 3 years, Madam President, Punta Gorda will be a different town. We're still far away from the other municipalities, Madam President, but we're making huge steps to reach that goal that we need, Madam President. Madam President, in the Rural Development Ministry, Madam President, under the stewardship of my era representative, the Honorable Oscar Requena, Madam President, there's massive work that is occurring, Madam President. And of course, he was also the minister that signed off on the $5 minimum wage that we have promised the Belizean people, Madam President. With that increase in the minimum wage, Madam President, over 40,000 Belizeans benefited. And again, Madam President, that had a ripple effect on the salaries of other employees and employers, Madam President, because these employers had to raise the salaries of the other employees in other positions, Madam President. So this is what we mean, and this is what the values of investing in our people means, Madam President. Madam President, the dry weather is on us, and we will see and we'll have a lot of complaints when it comes to the water systems in the communities, Madam President. With climate change, the heat wave that we're facing, Madam President, a lot of these wells will get really low, Madam President, and a lot of these communities will have issues when it comes to water pressure. Some of them will only have water for a few hours, Madam President. We have to work together, Madam President, because there's also some of our residents, I'm not blaming anyone, but some of our residents also abuse the usage of water, Madam President. So I want to ask them and plead to them, let us consider the rest of the communities, because all of us need water. But Madam President, the ministry is doing its best to upgrade these water systems. A lot of these water systems, were not serviced to time, Madam President, and they're failing on us now. But we have a minister who is committed to fix these problems, Madam President. And of course, through the assistance and collaboration of the Ministry of Sustainable Development, Madam President, they purchased a water bowser, and I've seen that truck, Madam President, across this country to deliver water when these communities have water issues, Madam President. That is significant. And we also want to thank the public officers who drives and operate this vehicle, Madam President, because even on the weekends, on holidays, at night, early morning, they respond to the call of the people, Madam President. And these public officers should be applauded for their job, Madam President. Madam President, a lot of the water systems, like I mentioned earlier, were abandoned. a community in Hopkins where I work, Madam President. A huge community, a tourist destination, Madam President, and this community had a failing water board because they had meters, Madam President, but for some reason under the past administration, it was not into effect, Madam President. So of course, people were using water and they were not, and the revenues for the water board wasn't enough to run the water. About 23 years ago under a PUP administration led by the Honorable Said Musa, Madam President. And that is the only rig and the 2 trucks that was used for the 13 years of the last administration, and that is being used at the moment, Madam President. Today, thanks to the government of Taiwan and the government of Belize, Madam President, this government is purchasing a brand new rig that will service the rural communities and every community that need the services of this rig, Madam President. That is significant for us. Madam President, I also want to highlight the works, Madam President, the community health workers. I saw firsthand a few of them working and servicing their communities, Madam President. These people walk miles in sun hot, in the rain, when they're called upon by the villagers, Madam President. Again, these community health workers have to get out, have to get up early, do their chores that they need to do at home, and then go out at the call of the communities, Madam President. And do you know how much these persons were being compensated, Madam President? These people were only compensated $96 for the month, Madam President. And doing the work that they're doing is unfair to them. Today, Madam President, under the leadership of John Briceño, Prime Minister of Belize, that has changed, Madam President. These community health workers are now collecting $500 for the month, Madam President. That is significant for them. Madam President, I also want to highlight that the communities of San Vicente, Jalacte, San Benito Poite have now, I think 2 of the communities have now signed the consent order for them to start the electrification process for these communities, Madam President, via mini-grid. And of course, again, Madam President, this is the call. This is what these communities want, because they know once they can get this, Madam President, the young people can now study at night. The young people can now have access to technology and the internet, Madam President. The businesses can do that as well. So we're grateful for this initiative, Madam President, and we're hoping that by the end of this year, early next year, these communities will have access to electricity, Madam President. Madam President, in health, the health of the Belizean people.
Senator Carl, as a reminder, you have about 5 minutes remaining. However, if you need some extra time, just let me know.
Thank you, Madam President. That went by so fast. Madam President, in closing, Madam President, in health, the health of our population is important, Madam President. Madam President, in 20...
That should be about 10 minutes, sorry.
A few years ago, Madam President, we were from hospitals that are infested with rats and raccoons falling from the ceilings on top of patients. Madam President, to now a state-of-the-art CT scan in the country, the best in the region, Madam President, to now the start of a new hospital, tertiary hospital in Ambergiski, Madam President, a brand new hospital, polyclinic for Placencia, Madam President, the roll out of NHI in northern Belize, and northern Belize meaning, Madam President, Orange Walk and Corozal, and of course, the north of Belize City as well, Madam President. Madam President, I can see why our colleagues on the other side really had I think they had nothing to debate on, Madam President, because this budget that was presented by Prime Minister Briceño is a budget that will touch the lives of every single Belizean, Madam President, whether it be in education, in health, in roads, jobs, Madam President, where this country, Madam President, is on track and we're moving in the right direction. And we want to ask the Belizean people to stay with us, to stay on track with us, because this is only the beginning of what is to come, Madam President, because our economy is at its best, Madam President, and the more revenues we collect, the more we can invest in the Belizean people, Madam President. In closing, Madam President, I want to thank the Prime Minister for all the work that he has been doing for this country, and all the cabinet ministers who work hard day in and day out, to all the public officers, to teachers who work hard for the betterment of this country, Madam President. With that said, Madam President, I fully support this budget. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Bishop Alvin Bengushe.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to make my contribution to the Bill General Revenue Appropriation 2024-2025. Mr. President, I think as we look around the chamber this morning, it is important that we take note of the fact that the social partners are very much present and are contributing to the debate in the Senate this morning. It is important to know that. And so I just want to remind Senator Carr that the social partners are a part of the debate. And how important it is to note, Mr. President, the specific presence of the social partners that should last for a long time to come in the Senate. It is important to note that. Mr. President, allow me to just make a statement to remind us that we are in the middle of Holy Week as Christians throughout the world commemorate the crucifixion and the death of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And it gives us cause in this week for the country and the church to seriously reflect on the ongoing conflict in the Middle East between Israel and the Palestinians. The Belize Council of Churches has had cause to reflect on the overkill and the destruction of property and not only the destruction of property, but the taking over of property and properties by Israel. What is now unfolding in that area is certainly a cause for much concern. As Bob Marley would have said it, and said it quite well, man to man is so unjust. The displacement of especially women and children and the cutting off of water to key residential areas is of serious concern. We will, in a few days, celebrate Good Friday. And on Good Friday, some churches will share from the 7 words of the cross Jesus made. One of them is, I thirst. Water, may I remind us, is a vital component to everyday well-being of any human. It is no different, we believe, for those living in the Middle East, including the Palestinians. And we want to reiterate our position that there must be an end to hostility from both sides. Mr. President, my colleagues from the social partners have sat down and we have dialogue, and we have done justice to the presentations we hope will be made in the Senate today about the general revenue appropriation. Allow me to just make reference to my note as I make my own presentation. I want to, Mr. President, share on specific topics as it relates to the general revenue appropriation. I look at poverty alleviation. And when I speak to poverty alleviation, I especially want to mention the issue of wages. Sometimes that which fuels the assumption, and perhaps maybe the reality, that we still have to watch the gap between the haves and the have-nots in this society. And I want to touch briefly on the issue of justice in Belize, and then the educational sector in Belize and its relevance to targeted groups within the 8 sectors. Mr. President, it is important that as we look at the general revenue, let us point out and perhaps pay attention to what came out on the understanding of poverty alleviation, as it involves some specific ministries. May I remind us that poverty alleviation in Belize will continue to trend down when we set right and consistent policies, and that they are in place in order to benefit the people. I want to remind us, and I'm making reference to the poverty index as it was presented by the IMF Western Region Department. Not unemployment or not employment, but the poverty index, so that it is not confused. That it was pointed out by the IMF Western Region Department that the poverty index is still too high, 35.7%. Yes, it is trending down, and that is good news for us as a country. And I suppose that is because when, especially, Mr. President, as I have had to make 1 or 2 trips, and I see the number of tourists coming to Belize, it is commendable. In fact, I had to grumble a little bit, because on one of my flights, when I saw the number of tourists coming into the country and the amount of perhaps maybe local Belizeans on the flight, I was a little bit concerned. But then I had to remind myself that perhaps it is good for tourism in Belize, and these are the, I suppose, stay-over tourists. I'm not talking about those who come on the cruise ship, even though I see them every day, because I live not too far from the area. But Mr. President, we must also remember that as we consider tourism, we still have to be careful, because like COVID, it is susceptible to some shock waves, whether it is hurricane or other natural disasters. And so we still have to be careful insofar as that aspect is concerned. The government, I believe, must take note of target groups, and in so doing, whether it is in education or it is the work of other ministries that perhaps deals with children and women, that it is required, I think, that the government be consistent with its policies, and not only consistent with its policies, but consistent with its spending in certain areas. Emphasis, I believe, must be placed on children from prenatal to those who are about to graduate from our high schools. And so even in the educational sector, we must ensure that that kind of spending, as we see it in this budget, continues to be maintained over a number of years. It must be consistent in the allocations. We must also note that in the spending, especially for the development of women in rural areas that there is this level of consistency. Because for poverty alleviation, if we share and if we deal with these focus areas, it will help to build children, educate children. It will help to focus on women who must be employed and must be given employment opportunities, as I said, especially in the rural areas. Mr. President, poverty breeds crime, such as we are seeing, perhaps not so much so in Belize, but one of our neighboring CARICOM countries. And we have to take note of that we must never, as a country, reach that proportion of crime. And so we must seek to build on our people and to move them out of poverty. This brings me, Mr. President, to the allocations appropriated to at least 3 ministries that I wish to focus on, that was presented in the budget. The Ministry of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs is the first that I would like to focus on. And I point out, Mr. President, that I continue to focus on poverty alleviation because when I look at the portions appropriated in this ministry in certain areas, and I focus on the draft estimates of revenue, pages 208, 209, and 210. I note that in one area that I think is very important for this ministry, training, that area seems not to have gotten its fair share in the budgeting allocation. And I mention especially training because, as we have heard over the news, this particular ministry, we have heard of especially children, either children who have gone missing, or there are some other challenges with children. I believe that training becomes important. I can, for example, use the Ministry of Education. When we look at the allocation presented for training in the Ministry of Education, it is a different kettle of fish. Because I believe that that aspect is taken seriously, but I will come to the Ministry of Education in a while. But I need to point that out to us, that the area and the allocation attributed or contributed to training, I think, needs to be beefed up in that area, because the people who are responsible for our nation's children must be properly trained and must receive the highest training possible in order to care for our children. And I speak from a personal perspective, Mr. President, because I'm aware of children who needs help insofar as that ministry is concerned. There are some areas in that ministry where the funds seem to have been cut. The allocation seems to have been cut almost zero. The area of National Action Plan for Children and Adolescents, National Plan of Action for Older Persons, Preventing and Reducing Homelessness, Youth and Community Transformation Project, and family care. The allocations have either been cut or they have been reduced to zero. And I just wonder about that aspect, because it seemed to be that, I suppose Mr. Koyi can speak to this later on, but the money seemed to have been moved, especially to the grocery and food assistance program, and that seemed to have benefited tremendously. But I believe that a balance needs to be drawn there, because these programs too, where that funds have been cut or they have gone to zero, I believe, Mr. President, that should we find monies for these programs, it will help with poverty alleviation. I look at the Ministry of Infrastructure, Development and Housing, and continuing, Mr. President, on the subject of alleviating poverty. This is a vital area that the church is concerned about. The living standard of people is very important for us. Housing in Belize, I must say, and I want to be very careful as to how I phrase this aspect, but I will say this, that housing in Belize is a pipe dream for many young Belizeans throughout this country. And let me tell you why I'm saying that, Mr. President. I must hasten to say, however, that the Ministry of Natural Resources seem to have leapfrogged the Ministry of Infrastructure, Development and Housing. And let me explain. The numbers is not reflected in the budget, but it can be seen by these two ministries that one ministry is far ahead of the other insofar as its distribution of lands to young and needy Belizeans. And that is commendable. That is commendable. The church, and I have long advocated that housing and land is a right of every citizen of Belize, and so is water and light. Substandard housing in Belize fuel London bridges and is not good for us. I'm still of the view, and I will continue to say time and time again, that a national housing scheme that young Belizeans can pay into is the way to go. Mr. President, I visited, on behalf of the government, I visited Alberta, Canada. And you know, when jealousy sets in, as I visited the Parliament building and we were there debating as senators and people of government, and as it was explained to me, the kind of housing that is offered in Alberta, Canada, it is similar to that which other Caribbean countries are now engaged in. Whether it is Jamaica or Grenada or Guyana or Barbados, they are taking this aspect of life seriously for their citizens. And I believe that Belize can do the same. Yes, I will agree, Mr. President, and we hear about one here and one there, and one in this constituency, and one in the other constituency, but I believe that on a larger scale, insofar as housing is concerned, much more can be done, because I will go further by saying that I have not only seen, but I'm also aware of the fact that large amounts of funds have been granted to Belize over a number of years. Now, I'm speaking to successive governments where I believe that a proper plan could have been put in place a long time ago to benefit, as I said, young Belizeans. Housing throughout the Caribbean, I must say, and I want to allow me, Mr. President, to just point to some figures. In Suriname, it is estimated that within the next 2 years, Suriname will need to close the gap for housing by building 3,200 homes. In Bahamas, that does have something in place. Within the next 2 years, they will need to build 3,600 homes. In Guyana, where there is also a housing scheme in place now, within the next 2 years, they will need to build 5,200 homes. And in Trinidad and Tobago, where there is also a proper structure insofar as housing is concerned, they will need to build 10,000 homes. And in Jamaica, that has done a marvelous job insofar as housing is concerned, within the next 2 years, they will need to build 17,000 homes for young people who would like to move out on their own. And where is Belize in this? I believe that yes, the starter homes is a good way to go. But it is, for me, a drop in the bucket. That we must increase what is being done. And as I said, I believe that it must be done by successive governments, because it seems to be this sometimes is a policy for one, but it is not a policy for the other. And I'm concerned about that. It has to be a consistent policy throughout a number of years. Mr. President, I look at the educational sector in Belize and its relevance to targeted groups. The Ministry of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology. Mr. President, I think everybody knows by now my close working relationship with the senior minister in this ministry. Over the years, we have been able to dialogue, we have been able to communicate, and as I said, along with his Minister of State, at least for me personally, I've had a good working relationship with them, and I value that, because I think that is so very important. This ministry, I will say again this year, to me has outperformed itself. And it is so because, I will say again, I believe that the minister has a strong team around him. I want to say to the minister himself, and Senator Koyi, you can take the message for us, that the denominational heads would like to express gratitude to him for the 100% salary and service benefits. I want to read the Prime Minister budget speech. Just read from that section. I think it's important for me to note it here. It says on page 17, salary and service benefits for teachers at grant-aided school, align with the objective of teacher development. And the kind of relationship we have had over a number of years. And so I want to commend him and commend the government in this regard. The Ministry of Public Service, Constitutional and Political Reform, and Religious Affairs. I need to ensure that at least I say something in my contribution to this ministry. When the Prime Minister, Mr. President, when the Prime Minister, in his wisdom and on the advice of religious community, on advice of the religious community leaders, first instituted the Religious Affairs Ministry, some people in the society were skeptical, and perhaps rightly so. But I want to point out that this ministry has evolved to the extent that religious bodies were able to sign an agreement with the government of Belize. And I think that is commendable. We would like to assure the public and the skeptics that the religious sector involves every God-fearing individual in Belize. And I want to emphasize that, Mr. President, that the religious sector involves every God-fearing individual in Belize, and none is left out. I want to point that out. We look for a closer working relationship with the minister himself, Minister Usher, he and his team, who meets with us constantly as religious leaders. And we would like to commend him for his ongoing work, he and his team. I looked at the budget that was allocated to this ministry, a little tight, but we won't complain, Mr. Koi, about that aspect, just as long as the work that is needed continues. The Ministry of Health and Wellness, poverty alleviation is tied into this ministry because health must be taken into consideration insofar as the lactating mothers and also the building of rural clinics or the assistance given to citizens for dialysis treatment. Those who might not be able to afford it are given some level of assistance. I'm looking at my time, Mr. President. But as I close, I want to continue to emphasize how important it is to note that as I have looked at the budget and as I have studied the budget right across the board, yes, greater sums, I believe, could have been allocated to some areas, but I take note of what the leader of the government business has mentioned this morning, and I take note of also what is in the Prime Minister, what was in the Prime Minister's speech, that there is only 27 cents coming from every dollar to be able to spend, and so one have to ensure that it is well spent. I want to, Mr. President, just say in closing that I support what is before us today. I thank you.
I recognize Senator Erica Jang.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 10-8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Jang.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. I would like to wish all the women here in this House and across the country of Belize Happy Women's Month. I would like to also acknowledge the hard-working and dedicating teachers who are currently at the University of Belize grading at LIB. I hope you are enjoying your time and making the best of it. Best of luck to all the students as well. Mr. President, I may ask to refer to my notes. I rise to offer my contribution to the debate on the government's robust, life-changing national budget. Mr. President, the vision of the government of Belize is crystal clear. The People's United Party stands with teachers, students, parents, and every stakeholder in the education sector. The late Whitney Houston song says, "I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside." These words come from one of the most popular songwriters. And it's ever written, but the lyrics are true. After listening to the Honorable Prime Minister and the Honorable Minister of Education over the past few days, I believe the contribution to education in this budget embodies the cadence of these lyrics so well. This budget not only welcomes contribution on the part of the People's United Party, but in some of many clear signals that the administration is serious about modernizing the education system and creating valuable opportunities for each child to grow. Mr. President, there is not an iota of doubt that education plays a pivotal role in shaping the economic landscape of Belize. It also serves as a bedrock for sustainable growth, innovation, and prosperity. A well-educated framework and workforce fosters productivity and competitiveness, driving advancements in technology, infrastructure, and industry. Now, as a teacher whose roots are in the South, one of the greatest initiatives to come from this budget, as was mentioned by Senator Cow, is the specific upliftment of children in the Toledo district. They no longer will be able to say they have no reason to go to school. No secondary school student in that district will have to pay for an education. That means the students in communities like Conejo, Midway, Granham Creek, all the way to San Pedro, Colombia, and Halacte will no longer have to worry about the expenses of getting a secondary school education. And I must include that our very own Dangriga's Belil Academy and ANRI have been enjoying the fruits of this fruitful investment. Mr. President, the Belize Education Upliftment Project, recognizing that providing these opportunities for free secondary schools for Toledo secondary school students, equip them with the know-how, the expertise, and critical skills to participate effectively and meaningfully in our expanding workforce. It also helps rise to the challenges of living in an ever-changing, technologically driven, and modern world. They will be placed in a unique position to individually and collectively adapt to a changing market demands and embrace new technologies and contribute to various sectors within our country's economy. This enhances labor productivity and efficiency, ultimately leading to our economic growth. At the same time, it also fosters innovation and entrepreneurship. With a strong education foundation, Belize can cultivate a culture of creativity, emotional intelligence, critical thinking, and problem-solving skills. These qualities are essential for driving innovation and entrepreneurship, as educating individuals are more likely to develop new ideas, start their own businesses, and introduce groundbreaking technological and propel economic development. Mr. President, our government's education upliftment project will include two very important educational institutions, Julian-Cho Technical High School and Comprehensive High School here in Belmopan. Overall, more than half of all secondary school students will be benefiting from this project when the new school year starts. How wonderful, how amazing this government believes in all the stakeholders responsible for education. More than just this project, teachers will be among the greatest contributors in making it an overall success. That is why the PUP government is also paying a particular focus on teacher training and their professional development. Additionally, the government's commitment remains steadfast in the investments in scholarships, grants, transportation, national healthy feeding program. They will continue. Undoubtedly, this government, led by the Prime Minister John Briceño, stands strong today as a beacon of hope to our students after 30 years of neglect, corruption, and empty promises by the previous government. One of the things that hurt me to the core as a teacher during the last administration, most of us, we would tend to take monies out of our pocket to make sure that we get resources for our children. This was a result of their empty promises. However, under this government, teachers like me, we will be able to benefit from this initiative. I am not saying that as teachers we did not want to take out of our monies, out of our pockets to help our students. But I'm just saying we were promised to be assisted and nothing was done. But I'm grateful for this government for their accomplishment and to be able to solve this problem. Our PUP government will answer the call and transform our children's lives one way or another. By nourishing our future, by investing in students from Corozal to Punta Gorda Town, this administration is sending yet another clear signal that indeed our country remains on track towards national development. We're on track towards healthy, safe spaces for every student, on track to unlock the massive potential of our future leaders, movers and shakers of our country, on track to drive innovation, and most definitely on track to build a resilient economy which can thrive in the face of all global challenges and threats. Our government is additionally signaling that it continues to prioritize education, a fundamental component of Belize's overall economic strategy. Our agenda is to ensure long-term sustainability and shared prosperity for all. Mr. President, fellow senators and members of the gallery, Belizeans, let us not forget that the roots of this administration and the fundamental principles of the People's United Party are hinged upon a robust labor movement, which was tired of colonial oppression and sought self-government and self-determination. In the same energy that inspired victories across the country on March 6. It is that support which beckons our government to press on with its agenda, a meaningful change and national development, something that our national prayer says tends to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. This commitment to education not only improves the efficiency of public services and government, but also pledge to help our people to be better equipped to participate in democratic process and make informed decisions. They contribute to the effective functioning of situations, promote transparency, and advocate for policies that prioritize economic development and social welfare. These are all that our commitment is guided by every single day. Mr. President, I support this budget.
I recognize Senator Elena Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I wish my colleagues a happy Women's Month as well, even though we only have a few days left. I trust that you enjoyed your month and you were celebrated during this month, as well as our female teachers and other females as well. Mr. President, I rise to make my contribution to the General Revenue Appropriation Bill 2024. If you would allow me, before I do that, I would just like to take just a minute to thank all of you, my colleagues, for your support during the 8 years that I spent in this chambers as the senator representing the NTUCB. It was quite an experience for me. I learned quite a lot. We built friendship despite being sometimes on opposing teams. We built friendships that I hope will last for a lifetime. I want to thank the public for their support of me, and especially those, who have given me respect as I move around the country, and they see me for the work that I have done. So thank you, and I wish you all the best as I make my final budget presentation in this honorable house. I would like to just start as I normally do and maybe offer a reminder that during this process there's normally consultations that happen, and the government team would meet with various groups, to make presentations and get feedback from us. And once more that didn't happen, and so we are just, reminding that it's important that we do these consultations and get feedback before we get to the point where we actually debate the budget. And I do hope that as we move along, Mr. President, that we will get to a point where we don't have to be coming back with as many supplementary bills, as we sometimes see. So those are just caution and reminders as we move forward. I want to start, Mr. President, with the education sector. And I note that my colleagues have been lauding the government for the decision to pay our teachers and support staff from these denominational schools their 100% salaries and benefits. But I just want to remind my colleague Bishop and my other colleagues that this was made possible through the hard work of the BNTU for the past 16 plus years through our collective bargaining agreement. It was no easy feat, but we recognize that we must be fair across the board. And so, as the past president of the BNTU and the president who probably would have seen the end of this set of negotiations relating to Proposal 22, I am very much happy that my teachers and support staff will finally be getting their 100% salary and benefits. And so that must be applauded, Mr. President. Senator Koye can tell you that we may not have been too nice, and I may not have been too nice in those negotiations. But we know what our people go through and we know what they deserve, and so we must fight for that, and that is what we did. And so I must commend the ministry for understanding and accepting that indeed what our teachers were going through was unfair, and for the work that they did before I demitted office, giving the assurance that this was possible and that they would have embarked on this, and noting that shortly after I left office that they, made good on those promises. So we appreciate that very much, and we trust that our teachers would no longer be going forward have to be taking their board of managements or the churches to court to get their 30% 2024 onward. I can't speak for prior years. A bishop might have some court matters to deal with his teachers going forward for those prior to 2024. But as well, Mr. President, we must recognize that all of these things that we see are coming out of our time. But we must also not forget that our teachers do spend a lot out of pocket to get their own training, because there isn't sufficient training being provided that our teachers can access to be able to gain the necessary CPD hours for their licensing. And so while the ministry is spending on teacher training, we too must spend on our own training to be able to remain in the classroom. Resources as we go through with this new competency-based curriculum is going to be critical. And we want for our students to be able to flourish. We want for them to be able to do well. And this will take a lot. And I know that with the Millennium Challenge Corporation that we expect to be getting some assistance in terms of resources, but I just want to reiterate that these are critical and these are important for us as teachers. And again, as my Senator sister Erica, Senator John said earlier, we do take out of pocket for these things, and any support that we can get assists us, and not us as teachers, but it assists our students and our families as well. So we look forward to these areas. As well, Madam President, I want to touch briefly on the student support services, and there's a section that speaks to having trained school counselors. This is very critical for us, Madam President. There is an increase for the next year and for the other years coming, but in no way will that be sufficient to cover the number of students that we have and the issues that we see in our schools of late. And so it is very critical that we pay a little bit more attention to these sorts of areas, because while it is important for our children to be, yes, learning math and English, their emotional well-being is very critical as well, because if they are not emotionally stable, and if they are not emotionally well, then they can't perform in the classroom. And as a teacher, I may be the best teacher that you can have, but if I have a child who is not emotionally stable, then I may not be able to reach that child and have that child perform to his or her best. And so these are areas that we must spend some more time on, and we must see how we can find the finances. Senator Herrera's gave the overall, and he shared, in areas where we see that some funding they're not matching, and so maybe those, when we do our revisiting, that those funds that we find that may not be needed in certain areas can then be placed in these more important areas, because these are very critical. I also want, Madam President, as we continue to look at education, I must commend the government in terms of the Internet in Schools program, because with the new curriculum, we want our teachers, and we expect our teachers and our students to be more into technology. And if we don't have the support resources to be able to use technology in the classroom, then it doesn't make sense to have it in the curriculum if there's not the availability of internet, for example, in schools. And so this is important, and hopefully as we move along, we are going to be seeing more schools connected, but not just more schools connected, but that the connection that we get is really strong enough to be able to have, for example, at my school, all 33 teachers, being able to connect to the system, to be able to use it and have our children engage in technology. And maybe we can do an assessment as we move along to see whether all of these schools that have been connected, whether they have received all of the equipment that are needed, because sometimes when I understand, for example, when installation was being done, for example, maybe there was not sufficient, let's say, for example, of a modem, and the school may be short of a modem, and they were to come back and install, and then maybe they didn't come back because they probably forgot or got too busy. So we can look at those things and see, how else we can assist in ensuring that what we have in these schools are sufficient in terms of connectivity for the number of teachers who would be needing the services. Feeding programs, again, good initiative. We do have students who still need this assistance, and they are not there. And as I had shared with the minister, in terms of some areas that used to have feeding programs and they no longer have feeding programs anymore. I don't know the reason for that. There may be a valid reason, but I don't know. But we have to look and see how we can help those students at those schools who are truly in need of this service. Another critical area, Madam President, to education is our wardens. We do have school wardens who help us to protect, the school surroundings and our children. But I would like to request of the ministry and those who are responsible that we pay a bit more attention to the work of the wardens, because we find, you will hear from some schools some of the complaints that we get regarding the way or how some of these wardens work, and some of them believe that because they were supporters of the party and they were given a job by the party or by the government, or the party in government now, that they don't have to listen to the school or the administrators at the school, or they have to listen to nobody because they were given a political job. And it is becoming problematic because we find that, for example, some of them just walk off and go and do what they want, when they want, how they want, with no respect for the administrators at the school or how the work should be done. And we have to have persons who are responsible for those wardens who will understand that when these wardens are sent to our school, they must listen and they must follow the instructions of the administrators at that school that they are placed at. And so some sort of a revision or maybe a bit more supervision of the wardens would help, so that some of them can better understand the role that they play. It's not a political role. You have a job to do. You have students, you have children to take care of, and you have to support the school in doing that job. So that is important for us as well, so that we can then be better able to provide protection for our children while they are at school under our care. These are just a few of the areas, Madam President, in terms of the education budget. In terms of public service, I want to look at specifically the Public Service Commission for one specific reason, and that is a matter of retirement, because I know that the Public Service Commission, that's the body that reviews your documents that you submit for retirement. And we keep hearing complaints, and we've raised these complaints that, for example, our public officers and teachers submit a year prior to retirement, yet when they retire, they have to wait 6, 8, 10 months before they get their benefits. And we are seeing more and more where our people are dying shortly after retirement, and then they don't get these monies, they don't get to enjoy these monies. We also saw where sometimes, we had a case where some officers, were protesting because they were not given their benefits package. And I can share with you, Madam President, a personal experience. I have a brother who was a police officer, and from the time Mr. Wiley was commissioner, we had been going back and forth with Mr. Wiley to get his documents in order, because he used to collapse on the job, and he would just pass it on the job, on the street, in the office, wherever he was, because of a heart condition. So he had to be placed medically unfit. That's from Mr. Wiley days, Madam President. To this date, up to today, my brother has not been able to get his benefits after being put off medically unfit. I have spoken to the commissioner personally. I have spoken to the minister personally to share with them, the concern, and see, what can be done to help these people, because they don't make a huge salary to begin with. Then you have to leave the job. You can't work, and yet you can't get your money. So this is a crucial area for our people, that we must ensure that these matters are dealt with swiftly. If you have to apply a year before, why can't you get your money? Why can't this be processed within that year, that when you retire, you can get your money by the following month or 2 months, you already have your money there. So this is an area that is very important for us, and we want for this matter to be taken seriously. As well, under public service, I see that they have facilitated the second review of UNCAC, and you know that UNCAC is only that is there to the unions, and so again we commend that, but we want to ensure that we continue on this path and we don't have prolonged breaks, in doing the work of UNCAC, and ensuring that we get to the point where we are fully compliant with all that we need to be, we need to do. With regards to the Ministry of Labor, local government, I believe there's so many other areas under that. I did not see anything relating to OSH, nor did I see anything related to ESAT. I know that we might not always expect to have these tribunals and and have issues that we have to deal with, but I think we should still make provisions in the event that we have cases that we must deal with, that these provisions are made for the committee that deals with these matters. And as I said, I don't see anything there for OSH. I know that we have been working towards finalizing the OSH bill and ensuring that is available, but I don't see anything there for OSH. So if I missed that, somebody can please assist me in identifying where I missed that. I will not go over the increases in staff because Senator Herrera went through all of that. I documented those areas. In terms of Ministry of Health, Madam President, yes, I know that we are happy that we have received the CT scan that we were so looking forward to, and that is commendable and that is important, it's needed. But I think we should pay some attention as well, Madam President, to how these institutions operate when persons go to them for services. I know, yes, that a lot of times it's crowded and there are so many people to attend to, but going to the hospital for something that is serious, or if you have, for example, a cancer patient and you're taken to the hospital and you have to wait 2 hours, 3 hours before the triage nurse comes to see you, I think it's a bit too much. And so maybe those are things that we can work on to provide better service and more efficient service to the people who use our health system. I want to ask that we maybe invest a little bit more, or pay a little bit more attention to the oncology unit at the KHMH. That unit has been doing tremendous work. And I must commend Dr. Yakab and Dr. Rahabet and their team for the work that they do with helping cancer patients. I've had family members who've had to access the services and they do take good care of the patients. And so I want to encourage, not just the government or the Ministry of Health, but the public in general. If you can, make contributions to this unit, because the way things are going, we see a lot of young people now with cancer, and we don't understand where it's coming from, but we are seeing a rise in cancer cases. And so if you can afford, take some time, give a small contribution to the oncology unit at the KHMH. It's going to benefit all of us. Madam President, as we go through and we, look at the budget speech is titled "Staying on Track." And so, while it is that the government wishes to stay on its track, we only hope that the track that we are going to be staying on, that we are referring to, is a track where we will see the majority of our people benefiting, and we will see that the lives of the Belizean people will be better based on this track that the government wants to remain on. I think we must also look at accounting, Madam President, of our finances. Because coming here and going through the budget is one thing, but we have to have proper accounting of how we spend the people's money. And reconciliation and audits will help us in terms of getting proper or good accounting for the monies that we spend. And if it is that we continue on the track where we are getting an audit report every 10 years, every 12 years, or we are 6 or 8 years behind, then that is not giving us a true picture of where we are and how well we are spending our funds and how well we are accounting for those funds. And so those are the kinds of things that we have to ensure that those kinds of things are on track so that we can then, as a people, as a country, as a government, that we can say year after year that we budgeted this amount, this was spent this way, we have this remaining, and we can now put this towards something else. And next year we can do better, because this year we were a month behind, 2 months behind, 3 months behind. It is critical, Madam President, that our audits are timely, but it is also critical and important that those persons who are responsible for ensuring that we get audits to time and we get these reports to time, that those persons who are in charge of these other people hold them accountable, and that they too are held accountable by their ministry or their minister, so that we don't find ourselves in a position that we keep in. So, as we heard some of the concerns, I will call them concerns, pointed out by Senator Herrera in terms of, having a number of staff and then the monies allocated for salaries not sort of matching to the number of increase that we see. If we can take better care and judgment, in preparing the budget, and maybe when we do these consultations, we'll be able to see, and hear these things, and then we can go back and make the necessary adjustments. Because we don't want for it to seem as if though it's just a book with numbers. We come here and we say, yes, all is well and all is good, and we support, and then we move on, but that we don't take the time to go through and find the innocent mistakes that may be included in the budget in terms of, when we write these numbers or when we make our preparation. Also, year after year, we note that items such as furniture and computer and office equipment are staples in the budget. Again, yes, we may need to change furniture. Do we need to do it every year? Do we need to have office equipment every year, computer every year? I'm not talking about software, because I know that software we have to pay for that sometimes yearly. But there are things that we have in the budget that makes it seem as if though, it's just we take from last year and we just add a % to it and we put it in the budget for the following year. We have to get to the point where we move away from that and we seriously sit down and look at what is needed, what we must spend on, and not have some of these things in there that might not be necessary year in, year out. I can understand furniture might break and you might need to change next year or every 2 years or every 3 years, whatever that may be, but on a yearly basis, some of these ministries have these line items, and every year there's an amount attached to it. We need to do better with that, Madam President. So, with that said, I trust that as we move along through the next fiscal year, that we will see our people as they progress. We will see that they are going to be benefiting to the best of the government's ability, and that as unions and as persons who are here who are responsible for sharing with the public, what is happening within these books, that we give a proper overview and we encourage our people to support the work that is being done that benefits them, and when it doesn't, that they can share, what are some of the suggestions and ideas that they have that the government can do to make things for them much better, to make life a little bit more or less stressful. So thank you, Madam President, and I look forward to seeing you all in my regular life as a regular teacher going forward.
I recognize Senator Colette.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon, colleagues. And Madam President, we seldom do acknowledge those of our Belizeans who listening and reside in the diaspora. So in a special way, I want to acknowledge them this afternoon for not only their continued interest, but continued contribution to the development of Belize. Madam President, let me start off by wishing yourself and all the women in this chamber, Senator Chanona, Senator Smith, Senator John, Senator Isabel Bennett, and I would have gladly also acknowledged Senator Beverly Williams. Yeah, I heard she got fired also, quite unceremoniously. But please, Madam President, the contribution that the women continue to play such a pivotal role in our society, but more so what you bring to Parliament. I have nothing but respect for both yourself and Madam Speaker of the House for the strides and the effort that you guys have put in to making Parliament even better. So we applaud our Belizean women and leaders. Madam President, with your permission, I'd like to, from time to time, refer to my prepared notes. Very recently, as recent as March 6th, we went through another grueling election cycle. And Madam President, I must say personally, and I'm speaking from a personal standpoint, that I think that we have way too many elections in Belize. I hope and pray that the Constitution Commission will, part of their recommendation will be that we group all these elections in one man. Every 4 years or 5 years, whatever the case might be, we have one election. If you live in the urban areas, when you go to vote on that day, you vote for your municipal body and you vote for your national government. And if you live in the rural, you vote for your village council and the national government. But when it's over, elections are over and we get into the governing of this country. In this 5-year cycle, we had election in 2020, 2021, we rested 2022, we are back at it in 23, 24, 20, man, it's way too much. All right, so we 2020, 21, 22, 23 was our half year, 24 we back at it, and 25. So 4 out of 5 years, this country is in election. We got to fix it. We got to fix it. But I must use this forum, Madam President, to congratulate all 67 who were elected in our 9 municipalities. Because it's never easy to put your name on a ballot and to expose yourself out there. It's never an easy thing. But the 61 to 6, 61 PUP and 6 UDP speaks volumes to the impact of Plan Belize and to the budget that comes to an end on March 31st of this month. What our Prime Minister and his cabinet and our area representatives and our municipal leaders have been able to accomplish, the results of March 6th demonstrates the Belizeans' approbation of the work that has been put in. And I repeat what I repeated last year, what the Amandala said, this is the hardest working administration in the history of Belize. Madam President, let me squeeze in a little, with your permission. I want to big up 3 of our mayors. Mayor Bernard Wagner of Belize City, Mayor Rigo Veos of Corozal, Tong, and Mayor Ladrick Madbull Shepherd of Orange Walk, all three-peat mayors. Not an easy feat in this modern day politics. And then Mayor Wally Nunes of San Pedro, Mayor Robert Mariano of Dangriga, and Mayor Jorge Rosales of Benquevejo. Again, repeat wins. Again, not an easy feat. So, Mayor Karich of Belmopan and Mayor Galvez of Punta Gorda, new additions, but Mayor Galvez had been there before, but this time he's getting the privilege, and Senator Bevin will acknowledge that this time Mayor Galvez has a friendly central government to work with and a full slate. So congratulations to all of them. But I have to also let them know that the elections are over. It's time to focus on serving the people and getting the work done. This budget supports them in their work. And that's important for them to recognize. And this government, led by our Prime Minister, is in full support, and we expect nothing less than full service to our people. Madam, I did not deviate from the budget in what I just said. All right? The theme of the municipal election was tape and track. The theme of our Prime Minister's budget presentation was stay on track. Now, the opposition that's 100% absent today, first time I think in the history of the Senate. These guys are breaking some ridiculous records. They went into the election cycle using themes such as PUP bad for Belize, PUP must go, and then they zeroed in on the cost of living. I'm going to address the first two in my wrap-up, but I want to focus primarily on inflation, the cost of living, and the consumer price index. These guys made this a political football when it isn't. All right? It's a serious issue confronting not only Belize, but many, many countries across the globe. Leaders all over their heads has been spinning, trying to wrap themselves around how to address in a solid, serious manner the increasing cost of living. But thankfully, thank God, we have a PUP administration and Senator Chris Curry, Senator Eamon Courtney, who are integral in that process, understands that at basically every single cabinet, this was and is a serious concern. Our Prime Minister in his budget presentation said, and I quote, inflation, the increase in consumer prices fell in 2023 to 4.4%, down from 6.3% in 2022. Now the opposition made it sound like, man, the sky is falling down. When under their leadership, we've had inflation rates even higher. But I'm not going to get to that. That's not the object of my presentation today. I'll read this part, Madam President. Inflation and cost of living are related metrics, but not identical. While inflation measures the average increase in prices of a basket of goods, cost of living looks at the expense of a certain standard of living, which can change at any moment. Inflation is real, and its impact is being felt globally. I've already stressed that. Here's what the IMF Article 4, the most recent IMF Article 4 report said, Madam President, and I'm quoting directly. Inflation increased from near zero in 2020 to 3.2% in 21 and 6.3% in 2022, led by higher global energy and food prices despite measures to fix domestic diesel and regular gasoline prices at the pump since April of 2022. Inflation is projected to fall to 4.1% in 2023 and 1.2% over the medium term, in line with the projected fall in commodity prices and global inflation. That's the IMF report. Now, Madam President, if I may, 2023, and I'm speaking of this year, of last year, we're in 24 now, yeah. All right? While Belize experienced inflation of 4.3%, that's directly from the PM speech, Argentina was at 276%, Barbados 5.5%, Brazil 4.5%, and I'm just speaking broadly on some countries. Guatemala 3.3%, Honduras 4.5%, Jamaica 6.3%, Mexico 4.4%, Nicaragua 4.93%, the US 3.2%, Venezuela, well, they are always up there, 75.9%. So, I'm going to zero in on the cost of living, and I have 7 points outlined here, but I'm only going to touch a few. I'm not going to touch all 7. I'm not going to take that much time. I seldom do. But I'm going to start with grocery costs, because this administration has begun addressing the cost of living from different angles. All right? And I took the time, Madam President, to visit a few supermarkets. I started in Corozal because, thanks to the People's United Party, I get a chance to travel this country quite a bit. And I went into supermarkets, Corozal, Orange Walk, Belize City, San Ignacio, Dangriga, Punta Gorda, and I got average costs of some basic food items. And then I took the time, just last week, to go into Guatemala and visit a few supermarkets and get their costing. All right? So I'll use comparative figures because, again, Madam President, I have to stress, this is not a political football. You are dealing with bread and butter issue for people. All right? You are dealing with real life situation for Belizean people. And we have a government that's serious about addressing it, and is addressing it, and I'll show them how today. 1 pound of rice in Belize, average, is $1.05. In Guatemala, it's $1.12. And I'm talking Belize dollars. I just converted the quetzal based on the recent exchange. 1 pound of beans, $2.50 Belize. In Guatemala, it's a little cheaper. It's $2.03. 1 pound of flour is $1.15 Belize. In Guatemala, if and when you can get it, it's $1.55. 1 dozen eggs, $4.35 Belize. While in Guatemala, a dozen eggs is $5.25. 1 pound of potato and onion, respectively in Belize, is $3 each. In Guatemala, a pound of potato is $3.78. A pound of onion is $4.09. 1 12-ounce packed bread in Belize is $1.75. That is, again, thanks to the work of the People's United Party government in subsidizing the bakers, right? In Guatemala, it's $5.75. 1 pound of sugar is 80 cents in Belize. In Guatemala, it's $1.25. 1 pound of chicken is $3.10 in Belize. In Guatemala, it's $3.25. 1 pound of beef, average $8 here, $8.75 there. So when you add up just those 10 basic grocery items, it totals $28.70 in Belize. In Guatemala, it's $36.75. That's on average roughly 28% more. Now, in Belize, our minimum wage is $5. In Guatemala, their minimum wage is 11.61 quetzal, which translates to $3.50 Belize. So, while these guys are behaving, and I'm talking about the opposition that is really not opposing anymore, they are not here. While they are behaving as if though the cost of living is this giant problem for Belizeans, they have obviously not traveled or visited or researched. All right? So what we are seeing now is not inflation anymore in Belize, but deflation. All right? And yes, the prices of groceries remain higher than we want it to be, but steps are being taken to go after those store owners that are price gouging. As a matter of fact, Senator Chris Curry said it's not really inflation that's affecting Belize more than greedflation. All right? Now, Madam President, as it relates to food, what is this budget, this thick book that is issued every year doing to address this? Last year alone, the budget indicates that $6,088,000 was spent on grocery and food assistance program. All right? And I listened to Senator Herrera speak about those that were above and went higher than was budgeted. Well, $4 million was budgeted, Senator. Madam President, $4 million was budgeted, $6 million was spent. Again, assisting Belizeans directly from the budget to address the cost of living. This year, Madam President, $3 million is already earmarked in this budget. But it's important that we recognize that $6 million was spent for last budget, but that is not all the money spent on the food assistance program. Many of our area representatives, seeing the need in their area and in their constituencies, spent from their community development fund. Many spent from their Christmas cheer to assist needy families. In this budget, some 37,500 grocery bags will be distributed in this budget year directly from this budget, and that means that over 3,000 families will be affected on a monthly basis to bring alleviation. So that is only in relation to food. There's utility costs. Again, this government, and I can quote these, but I'm not going to take the time to do it, but basic research will demonstrate that from the inception, from the time this government came into power, we have been, through the public utility, PUC, they have been ensuring that the utility costs remain affordable for Belizean people. And I have to commend the work done by the PUC. Then when it comes to rent and housing, Madam President, these are all direct impact on cost of living. Many, and I say many landlords, are literally taking advantage of many of our Belizeans. They expect that our Belizeans will pay their mortgage plus give them some additional disposable income. So that what we have seen is an increase in rent. But I'm tempted to get into the politics, but I'm going to stay above that fray. But for years, Madam President, for years, budget after budget, monies were allocated to the Ministry of Housing, and houses were not built. And that's why, Madam President, I agree with Senator Herrera when he speaks about accountability. Because if these ministries are getting funds allocated to them for specific functions, then they must do it. Thankfully, now, and I listened to Honorable Julius Espat in his presentation, budgetary presentation, and I'll go to his ministry directly. Madam President, just reading directly from the budget book. All right? They have well over 2,500 grants were issued, and this is grants simply to help people repair their homes. All right? 2,500 grants in excess of $1 million. Now, for the average man in Belize, we always say, well, how does the budget affect me? It affects you because there is a serious catchment done to ensure that the most vulnerable are directly affected. I spoke about the food assistance program. Now I'm speaking about housing directly. Yes, we've been criticized, and the audacity of some people to even criticize the starter homes that are being constructed. And Madam President, I heard Honorable Julius Espat say, and he challenged Madam Speaker, and I'd like to challenge you, Madam President, to attend one of those handing over ceremonies. Because unless you are there personally, you do not understand the joy that is exhibited by these people when they receive the keys to their home. And that is, again, addressing the cost of living. Can you imagine? All these individuals need to pay is $100 per month for 10 years. Where in the world can you rent for $100 a month? And this is rent to own. There are many young people, many of our young people, Madam President, who have been renting for years, spending $600, $700, $800, but still do not have the capacity to secure a mortgage directly from the bank. And this government is addressing this head on. I listened to Honorable Julius Espat, who got up and said, $6 million PM, we want more. And I join him in calling for more. And I have no problem, Honorable Chris, to come back to this Honorable Senate and vote a supplementary for housing. I see Brother Chris smile. And then, Madam President, we speak about health. Health is another serious dent in our bottom line when it comes to expenses in our homes. What is this government doing? You can recall, and I heard Senator Herrera speak about the increase in health, and that is perfectly justified. No longer do Belizeans who visit any of the public health care facilities need to pay a single penny. That is not to be taken lightly. You go for a lab test, you go for an x-ray, you go to get your medication. And I heard Minister Bernard indicate that they are doing more to ascertain that the quality of medications that are sourced is up to par to ensure that our Belizeans can get only the best. We have only the best CT scan already, right, Senator? All right. So, again, government is greatly subsidizing this. That means that you don't have to go into your pocket when you go to the hospital anymore. That is savings for the family. And then education. These are the pivotal costing to families, and we are dealing with the cost of living and what this budget is doing. All right? and I can't get into the millions that is being spent. I heard Senator Erica Jang, and I heard Prime Minister, and I heard Senator, the leader of government business, Senator Courtney, indicate that more and more of our schools, more and more of our students can now go to school without paying one single penny. Once upon a time, Madam President, in schools across this nation, still the case in some schools because we are not there yet, we are not at 100% yet. But parents will know, as a matter of fact, whenever you hear school, even when you hit March, April, all right, and as a parent I felt the pain, you always had to begin worry, boy, registration fee, school uniform, books, and you name it, new tennis. Madam President, it was a stress on many Belizean families, and this administration, this budget is saying to the Belizean people, if you are in Juliancho, if you are at TCC, if you are at Mopan Technical, if you are at Valley of Peace SDA, and there are so many other schools, you as a parent, your family no longer has to worry about that. It adds now to your money in your pocket. It reduces your cost of living. I can go on and on, madam. The sky is not falling, as those who should have been here to oppose but aren't keep saying. And this was their mantra going into the municipal elections, and obviously the people of Belize and in the urban areas did not buy a single line of it. Belizeans have and are demonstrating to me on a daily basis that they have spending power, thanks to the economic policies put in by our Prime Minister and his cabinet. Belizeans have spending power. So, madam, when I added up and I took the time to add every single penny, whether it was assistance to farmers that saves them from having to go into their pockets to buy fertilizer, etc., or assistance to people who have to take their families out of the country for health concerns, or to any hospital, or get a CT scan, millions upon millions. So if the Belizean people are asking, how does this budget affect them? It affects because government is socially conscious. It is about the people. And that is the mantra of the People's United Party: serve the people. If we maintain and understand what the Right Honorable Judge Price instilled in every single one of us, wake up every day, work hard to make the lives of the Belizeans better, this administration will never lose another election. So when I totaled it, Madam President, I came up to $188.3 million directly out of this budget to address the cost of living. That, in and of itself, speaks volumes. And I'm going to read just the last lines here now as I close. The slogans, PUP bad for Belize, and PUP must go. PUP has been, is, and will always be good for this country. PUP built this country, Madam President. Self-government, universal suffrage, independence, the very house in which we sit and stand today was built by the People's United Party. The city of Belmopan, in which these halls was built by the People's United Party. And then I saw I went to PG, and I was driving on the hot mixed street in PG, Madam President, and lo and behold, on 2 lampposts on that hot mixed street, I saw the sign, PUP must go. And I smiled to myself and I said, how idiotic. It doesn't come dumber than that. This street, those students that attend TCC for years would walk and fight mud and dust. And now they are walking on hot mixed street. And you are going to have the gall to put up on that PUP must go. So I ask myself, go where? Go where? PUP is here to stay. The people of this country see the value in what this government is bringing to the table. They see the good in Plan Belize. Everywhere I go, Madam President, and I'm telling you, as there's a God above, everywhere I go, if I'm in Guatemala, it doesn't matter. You're going through the airport. As a matter of fact, I recently substituted for you in Costa Rica, Madam President, and even there, at the airport in Costa Rica, a Belizean pointed at me and said, stay on track. Seriously, and I was like, I was in Melchor and the guys came, stay on track. Right? So everywhere you go, Belizeans understand what our Prime Minister highlighted in his budget. And Belizeans are staying on track. And I really applaud and thank the hard work of our Prime Minister, Senator Chris Curry, Sionara Garcia, and all the people there at the Ministry of Finance, all our cabinet ministers, all our area representatives. And I have to also thank the Belizean people for bearing through that 6.3% inflation. It's going down now. And I close with this, Madam President, because it's indicated that Belize, according to the IMF, now boasts the lowest consumer price index in this region. I'll just name a few. Mexico is 3.8, Guatemala is 5.5, Honduras 4.7, El Salvador 2.4, Nicaragua 5, Costa Rica 1.9, Panama 1.9, Jamaica 10.3, Dominican Republic 8.8, Antigua 7.5, Barbados 5, Bahamas 5.6, the Caribbean generally is 12.6, Central America generally 7.2, Belize at 1.7. That means Plan Belize is effective. It is wise for every single Belizean to stay on track with the PUP. Thank you very much, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Isabel Bennett.
Good morning, Madam President. Good morning, colleagues. Oh, it's afternoon, yeah. Stay on track, no? I rise, Madam President, colleagues, as a proud Belizean to support the budget for 2024-2025 fiscal year, and for what it will accomplish and how it will improve the lives of Belizeans, and of course, as it continue to develop our beloved country. With your permission, Madam President, I would like to revert to my notes. Make a few comments, but first and foremost, as always, I would like to encourage the general public to get a hold or go online and read the budget speech for fiscal year 2024-2025. There is no way that any of us in here in this chamber can really encapsulate what the futuristic visionary thoughts are regarding this budget. It's very informative, and of course you use it as a point of reference throughout the year to come, because it can definitely serve as a yardstick for what will be achieved. And as always, the Britannia administration always outlive their budget, no? In respect to Women's Month, Madam President, I think Senator Collett was reading my notes. He's so close to me, right? I'd like to say a couple things, make a couple remarks. First and foremost, to encourage women in the country to please participate in the online cervical cancer survey that is being conducted by the Office of the Special Envoy for Family and Children. It is a very easy and short survey, and it's one that actually forced me to reflect on my health decisions that I make and how I will continue to self-love, which is AKA self-love, right? When I'm empowered and I know how to be strategic in going about my health decisions, this survey was quite reflective. Secondly, I would also like to say or make mention of the Wonder Woman competition. Of course, you know I can't come to the chambers and not acknowledge the Belize Coast Guard efforts. Being biased, yes, but at the same time, it's great that it happens in Women's Month. It's the 8th event that is happening. It started in 2015. And it continues. It includes now the Belize Police Department as well as the Belize Defense Force. And I think we should give all those women who are participating a resounding round of applause for putting themselves out there and showcasing their skills. I say that the activity will not just create teamwork, but for me as a health practitioner, I say it adds quality years to their life, because when you're physical, I mean in those young tender age, because they're no more than 35 for sure, they add quality to their health because they're physically active. So the heart gets energized, the brain gets clarity of mind and everything else that happens to them physically. In addition, I would also like to make mention, of course this is limited to what I know, the celebration of women leaders by the National Women's Commission. There are lots of activities that are happening throughout the country, all of this month for sure, even in churches like the Women's Ministry, our women's group that continue to encourage women to take on leadership at whatever level, because those services do impact the lives of our Belizean people. So I applaud all leaders venturing in those activities. On that ground, though, Madam President, I would like to take this opportunity in this chamber today to thank you. To thank you for your stalwart leadership as Madam President, Honorable Carolyn Trent Sandiford. Senator Jam, I salute you. I admire your drive for making impact on the lives of those you serve. Senator Janelle Chinona, for your passion for the environment. I salute you. Senator Elena Smith is not here in the chamber right now, but I know she can hear me. I salute her for her unwavering dedication to teachers, and she's stepping in our country. And to our male colleagues who are here, you continue to make us strong by holding our hands at times when we need to be held, and by giving that encouraging words and even that prayer, Bishop. Thank you. Madam President, I now move into the nitty-gritty of my presentation regarding the budget. I will just highlight on a few ministries, because my colleagues who have gone before me has really emphasized a lot of what has transpired, the work that has been done, and the work that basically is to come under this fiscal budget. Staying on track. I remember being a young RN in my younger years, assigned to the Queen Square Health Post, which is right next to Raccoon Street Police Station. And I remember the buzzword then was NHI, and that I was going to be in charge of this health post, because NHI was being piloted. I wasn't too sure of how health reform was actually being undertaken, but I do know as an RN, you are trained to be in charge, and so I had to take grip of the health post. I would say supervisor at the time was Valerie Jenkins, who was the first Central Health Region manager. So it speaks to the fact that health reform in our country was just developing, no? She assigned me to that post and I had the task. And that was about 1999, 2000. In 2001, I went to Jamaica to pursue a bachelor's degree in nursing administration. In any given case, NHI was just being piloted. But to see that we are here now, I am proud, I am happy, I'm elated as a nurse practitioner and as a Belizean to know that under this administration, NHI is now really becoming a reality for Belizean people. It has taken some 20 years plus. Obviously, it has been a struggle for us, but obvious the Briceño administration is key and on point on what the priorities are for our Belizean people. They have been moving aggressively, and so I am proud that Belizean can look forward to a more comprehensive healthcare system that will meet their healthcare needs. My humble caution, though, to the Belizean populace would be not to abuse a free healthcare system. It takes money to run the healthcare system, and education as well as health are two of those ministries that are very, very expensive. So please, when you get the medication, no waste it. Don't miss your appointments unnecessarily. Don't go and abuse the staff in any form or fashion. Because the money that is being allocated to the Ministry of Health and Wellness is for our benefit. It's the taxes that we pay and other financial resources that comes to this ministry that will help us to be a healthier people. Of course, being a healthier people means that there is a healthier, a more developed nation. There's less sick days coming in, and so obviously you get what you earn. And in every other aspect, if you're an entrepreneur and you have access to a good, robust healthcare system, you can go on to earn and live well and comfortable. So looking at the $35 million for the launching out of an NHI, mainly in the west and in the northern part of our country, is very, very important and very, very good for our people to know. I look back on my experience as a nurse educator about 2018, having worked in the Orange Walk and the Corozal hospitals. Back then and even after those years, I could have seen the dilapidated situation that my colleagues had to work in. It was very disheartening for me as an educator because we speak to certain practices within the healthcare system, but of course what is actually practiced and what is actually provided was not in keeping with the standards of nursing or pharmacy or any other healthcare profession. And so to see that we're venturing to stabilize the healthcare industry with NHI is very pleasing, and it will not just be for the health staff, most definitely for the patients, as well as their relative who had to endure the dilapidated situation in those hospitals. So I stand by and support this fiscal budget that will transform the Orange Walk Hospital, as well as Punta Gorda Hospital. And I am amazed at what will continue to happen in the healthcare industry. As I think about health a little bit more and wellness, The upcoming first-class hospital that is to be built in San Pedro and aimed at $33.4 million, and the Belmopan Hospital, which is estimated at $90 million, it therefore means that there's more access, because we know within our small country, when there dire need for tertiary health care, those patients are trafficked to Carl Hushner. However, having a first-class hospital in Belmopan, not necessarily a tertiary, but it will definitely serve for our population in the south and in the west. So that is, again, commendable for this government. I have paid much attention to the Ministry of Health and Wellness, of course, because I'm a health practitioner. But I would like to put on record the fact that that ministry has focused a lot on community health workers. They have increased their numbers, they have increased the number of training that they do for these healthcare workers, and they have also increased their stipend. Both men, but mostly women that are community health workers in our country are basically the primary health care providers on the ground in the deep villages that the population necessarily don't come out to the hospital. And so having to focus on growing the numbers of community health workers within that ministry is very, very fundamental. I would also like to make mention, looking at health and wellness right now, of the fact that UB did its second annual Natural Product Expo just last week. And I had the opportunity to listen to the presentation and actually saw products that pharmacy students did. And so even as we launch forward in stabilizing our healthcare industry, there's a part that is growing that we have always used, but is now becoming even more formalized as students. Our pharmacy students are becoming entrepreneurs, and they're actually using the basic bushes that we see and transforming that into natural health products. And so I had to interject that here under the Ministry of Health and Wellness, because it will take some regulations as they continue, but obviously UB is charting a path that experiential learning will give our pharmacy students, our nurses, and even the preparing medical doctors that opportunity to impact the Belizean public. Madam President, having made mention of those highlights for me from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, I will now focus on MIDH. I love this ministry. I guess because I'm a product of that ministry. Back in the days, I never the same name. George Price, the Honorable George Price would have had it named differently, no? But I can relate, having yourself as well, having been to one of those handing over ceremony, the one in Boom, Blackberry Estate. Yes, so Madam President has been there. It was always a heartwarming event to attend, even when you see televised, what it feels like, what the stability that brings when a single father, a single parent father, a single parent mother can receive a key to a home. Looking at Maslow's hierarchy of need, that is one of the basic things that this administration continues to focus on, besides health, besides education that Senator Zhang has deliberated on so well. The Ministry of Infrastructure and Development continues to stabilize our population. Of course, I don't want to go down the path to emphasize what had not been done. In having a gratitude mindset, it's about appreciating what has happened over this past administration and what is to come. And I will make mention, though, that having gone through the Progreso Road about 2 weeks ago, my grandmother had requested to go back to her ancestral land, which is Progreso Village in Corozal. I had the most amazing experience in driving on that road, and I'm just looking at the development. I'm thinking, oh my gosh, with this road having been done the economic development that will continue to be injected in those villages. What was amazing was this huge bridge, similar to what Halova looks like, for those who know Halova. It's this huge bridge that is being built. The bridge is, I'm not remembering the name of the bridge, but it's Laguna Seca Bridge. And right beside that was the ancient ferry that I had gotten to drive as well with the workers there. It was so amazing. And again, I reflected on how, as an administration, we continue, despite the fact that the previous administration had left this government in such a dire strait. I still wonder how much of our population had understood the magnitude of our situation at the end of the UDP term. Nonetheless, I look forward to what is to come out of this fiscal budget. And as I look forward to that, I would like to make reference to the fact that that Progreso road is estimated at $2.2 million. And I'm taking these quotes directly from Prime Minister Briceño's speech on page 19, as well as from the estimate of revenue and expenditure for fiscal year 2024, page 227, the draft. Belizeans can look forward to better infrastructure, which would total about $49.4 million just in road infrastructure and bridges. That total basically looks like this: $6 million for the upgrading of rural roads and bridges. What that does for our people. When we have upgrading of roads and bridges, it means that there is increased transportation to and from. It means that Belizeans can bring out their produce, whether it's artisans or whether you're a farmer or whether you're a hair braider, whatever it is. When a government that is focused looks at rural development, it means that we as a people, all villages, can continue to improve unit by unit within the family and by community. We're looking at $3 million for village streets, and I always get these text messages when there's issues of rain in Ladyville. Oh, please tell the chairman this, or please tell the chairman that, and you get these pictures and these big potholes. So I know that Ladyville, being one of the largest villages in this country, will be impacted by this allocation. Then there's a $7 million for upgraded streets. Lucky Strike to Mascal Road. Now, as a want-to-be archivist, I am thinking I'm just going to go on that road just before any kind of infrastructural development is done, and just take a video of what it actually looks like now and what the Briceño administration will do for those villages along that way. And of course, persons coming from the north, etc. We're also looking at the $5 million allocation for improvement to the George Price Highway from Belize City to Belmopan and to San Ignacio and to Benqueviejo del Carmen. A $4 million for the upgrading of the Guinea Grass Road. I have not been there in ages, but I'm determined to go there now to get the facts, to see what it's like, and be able to have, I'm sure I'll be able to have that same amazing experience like I did when I drove on Progreso Road. We're also looking at the $5.7 million allocation for another phase of the Philip Golson Highway rehabilitation. Those in Ladyville and those back-to-back traffic issues that we have, I'm sure will be somewhat sorted out as a result of this allocation. And I always remember Minister Julius Espat and his team making the comment that as a country we have done poorly in allocating finances for the upkeep of buildings. But in this budget, fiscal budget 2024-2025, I see that there's a $10 million allocation for repair and maintenance of major highways. And for this, I will continue to applaud the Briceño administration. It didn't stop there though. Under MIDH, there's a $2.7 million allocation for agriculture and sugar roads. That is supporting every farmer and every Caneros in our country. Did I pronounce that right? I give thanks. And this is because I have not reviewed everything in totality. 45 minutes would not allow us to be able to share all of that. But as with the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Health and Wellness, I will encourage motorists and pedestrians that as we continue to improve the infrastructure of our roads and our highways, let us be cautious, let us be careful as we drive and as we walk on these highways and roads. Madam President, closing, I don't know that I would have done justice to the Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change, and Disaster Risk Management. It's a ministry that I have come to love even more dearly because as a nurse practitioner, we exist in an environment and we are responsible for the environment to which we live. Belize was not always developed as it is, but over the years, we have changed our building codes. There's more concrete. There's more everything that is not natural. I can't say that Belize has contributed a lot to the damages that are being done to our climate. I would blame that on the first world countries. But what I do know is that because we have more than 50% of our country on reserve, we are doing our part to protect our people, our country from climate crisis. The vision of this particular ministry is to have a strong socio-economical resilient Belize. Now, I am not a trained horticulturist. That's why I wanted to be an archaeologist in the beginning, but that didn't happen. But anyways, I have 7 years of experience having to propagate air filter plants in my own backyard. So I'm thinking myself and other gardeners, we are doing our little part to be able to impact the ozone. But this ministry is responsible for the major actions, but that doesn't mean that as individual Belizeans we cannot have an impact or we do not have a role to play. They have a mandate. And their mandate is to innovatively pioneer how to deliver for Belizean climate change resilience and comprehensive disaster risk reduction to ensure Belize's long-term sustainable development. We're basically looking at a $37 million and a $41 million allocated to achieve this mandate. I wish I had time to really highlight what this ministry has been doing and the importance of this ministry as we continue to look forward to the plan for this fiscal year. There's so much that has been done. I really can't begin to list them, but I would like to make mention of several organizations that I follow on a timely basis. PAC, TIDE, which is the Toledo Institute for Environment and Development, Belize Audubon Society, Belize Coast Guard, the Immigration Department, the Fisheries Department, the Police Department, they all play an integral role in this ministry to help and keep Belize basically climate resilient. We're looking at a very solid, a very stable, a very innovative Belize Solid Waste Management Authority being established and pushing for better management of our waste in the country. We have the National Biodiversity Office that is doing an excellent job. Monies have been allocated for them as well. And so when I think about this ministry, we individually has a responsibility as Belizeans to be able to understand our role on how we can help to put that plan forward as they continue to unveil it to Belize. I will make mention, though, that even as I close on this, my reflection on this ministry, the Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change and Disaster Management, that there is an opportunity coming up. 200 Belizeans will have the opportunity to be trained and certified in climate financing, and that is applaudable. I'm sure Minister Habet and his team, CEO Williams, will continue to look at avenues and initiatives that can get Belizeans more involved in understanding climate crisis. Madam President, I look forward to the $2.5 million that it has been allocated for land survey. I hear the cry of many residents in Ladyville not having that basic $350 or $500, whatever the cost may be, just to do a simple survey in order for them to move to the next step to have land ownership. Our Briceño administration is seeing the needs for this, and so they have allotted $2.5 million. And so Belizeans overall can look forward, those who need it, of course, can look forward to that. $21 million has been allotted to help fund the growing payable let me go back to my notes here. $21 million has been allotted to help to fund the growing payables related to the UDP land acquisition. It's something that we have to do as a country. Senator Herrera has always spoke to this issue. It's impacting our finances as a country. Imagine if we didn't have to pay out this $21 million, what we could have been doing in health, what we could have been doing in education, what we could have been doing in climate crisis, what we could have been doing in agriculture. However, as a responsible government, I will always describe them as that, $21 million has been allotted for these payouts. $4 million allotted to anti-violence program. Of course, we see the rise, and it's not just Belize, it's in many of the Caribbean countries. And so again, a government that is proactive will allot finance to be able to address violence in the country. Madam President, I close, and I'm happy to say that at this juncture, serving as a senator for the People's United Party, with that motto, serve the people, continues to be my core. My grandmother is 101, and she still speaks of a George Price administration because she knows and she understood the importance of having to meet the people's basic needs. It is with that same vision and a bit more expanded that the Briceño administration brings to the Belizean people the fiscal budget for 2024-2025. Madam President, I thank Belizeans for having the faith in his leadership, and I ask spiritual leaders, pastors, elders, every single Belizean to continue to pray for our leaders so that they will have the vision that is needed to continue to develop our country. I thank you.
I recognize Senator Janelle Chinona.
Good afternoon. I will start out by joining my colleagues in wishing the 50% of the population who are women a very happy Women's Month, and to acknowledge that they have also borne the remaining population of Belizeans. So we acknowledge them in a very special way. And with your leave, Madam President and colleagues, I will defer my additional comments as it relates to Women's Month for the end of the proceedings, as I have asked for leave to speak on the adjournment. And certainly I will publicly thank Senator Elena Smith today for her contributions over the last 8 years. But before I get into the budget, I also want to particularly call out the incredible female staff here at the National Assembly, the parliamentary officers, the deputy clerk. It is a dynamic to be reckoned with. And as we say in Belize, a small bakakakatari, in that the work of the National Assembly is being done by a very, very small core of people, and a fair percentage of those staff members are women. So we certainly thank everyone for their contributions today, especially coming off 3 days of budget debate last week. I want to align myself with comments made earlier by our colleague Bishop Bengushe in terms of recognizing that the events of today, and I'm sure we will hear more in the coming days, but it does highlight the importance of voices such as the independent senators to the contributions here, as has been called out by senators who have spoken before me. It is important that we embrace our individual and collective role moving forward. And I think that speaks volumes to the fact that we have shown up, we have prepared, and we are making positive contributions to the important work at hand. I will tell you I was a little affronted, but I reflected on it and I reconciled with it when comments were made to say that, you know, this budget is just a process and it's so anticlimactic, and, you know, why do we have to go through all of this? Well, I can tell you, in preparing my taxes for 2023 and sitting down and working with Ms. Iris to get that sorted, it really bore out that we should all have a vested interest in this process, because these funds that we are talking about in this hefty book, I found out it costs $250 to produce, which is notable, and we want to make sure it's safeguarded. But more importantly, what it contains is our taxpayers dollars being put to work. And if we don't take an interest in that, how can we expect anybody else to? So I start there in saying that it is important for all of us as Belizeans to see ourselves as a part of this process and to show up and to take note of what is being discussed, what is being planned, and see ourselves in it in terms of making sure that we are not doing the same thing and expecting a different result. I want to start off saying credit where credit is due. I think there are several notable achievements, success. Take note particular of the work that has been done to access new areas of financing, to all the work that has gone into achieving the external validation for our national plans. And I do think that it was important to call out that those successes, as was cited in the budget speech, were part of a collective effort, a teamwork. And again, in terms of the solidarity of the unification of the people, in terms of seeing that all of this, we have to play a role in making sure that these efforts, particularly the budget, which will guide our next steps for the next 12 years, will be bettering the quality of our collective future. And I think that's tantamount to all of this. Far too often, I think we get caught up, Madam President, in a vicious cycle of focusing on anything and everything except what we should be. It's really important for us to get down and see the work and do the work. And to start off, as a member of the Joint Public Accounts Committee, I do also want to commend not just the Briceño administration for expanding the JPAC, but also for meeting with the JPAC, which is also an unprecedented move according to the records shared by the National Assembly. And most importantly, for committing to play a personal role and a professional direction in making sure that we can convene a meeting of all the relevant partners, the Auditor General, the Accountant General, the Financial Secretary, even financial officers, to make sure that the system that colleagues have referred to as unfortunately broken or certainly in need of repair in key areas can be meaningfully addressed. It cannot be that 10 years on, we're still talking about the last audit having been done 2014, 2015. I don't think that is reasonable, and certainly we see our direct responsibility in making sure that this is the year that that ends. And I know that the scheduling of that meeting, that roundtable meeting, has been delayed for multiple reasons, and we hope that those reasons will be dealt with so that that meeting can take place and we can move on. My colleagues have highlighted the efficiencies in getting us here. I think everybody is fully aware, and there have been some late hours in the public service the last couple of weeks building up to the end of the financial year. And that, I think, gives me hope, because I see that when we need to, we can apply those same efficiencies to make sure that we can address the areas that we're already aware are deficient, and to make sure that we're getting action and accountability where we need to have them. Earlier we heard the repeat of the fact that we're talking about 73 cents of every dollar going towards the operationalization of the government's work. I think that's a key figure. It's approximately 75%, almost 3/4 of every dollar. I think it's critical that we're looking at making sure that that is as optimum and as high performing as possible, to make sure that we are getting bang for buck there, in addition to making sure that we stretch the 27 cents for that. And as I called out, Madam President, as a taxpayer, I take a personal interest in how and where tax dollars are used. I will tell you, I feel good when I see a sign that says your tax dollars at work, and it's a street being paved or it's infrastructure going in, because that is how we need to see it. Our tax dollars are at work for us. But I will also tell you, and again, I was feeling really good about critical healthcare equipment, like the long-standing CAT scan coming in, of seeing that our people can access that kind of tertiary level care right here at home. But as a taxpayer, I will tell you that it really hurts when you see a blue-plated vehicle somewhere that is not supposed to be, or 4 wheels up, because that's also taxpayers' dollar at work. And when we get an audit and we see that maybe we paid 4 or 5 times more than what we should have paid to procure the services that we need, that's also taxpayer dollars at work. So that is a challenge that we have to make sure that while we're striving and we have these plans, that in the execution that we are all there making sure that these really innovative, bold, needed programs are actually implemented, and they're being felt, Madam President, where we need them to be felt. I will tell you that for all the successes in health, we had members come forward during our budget review discussion saying, one member in particular called out that she took her grandson to a public institution, and it was only for her medical experience and expertise that she was able to appropriately advocate for the rights of her grandson to be treated in a timely manner, in a respectful manner, and in a matter that ensured he was able to get the type of treatment he needed, and not just any treatment, in order to get him out the door. Those are challenges, I think, that we all have those experiences, but we want to make sure that's as minimum as possible, and that those are mitigated to make sure they are not the norm, but the exception, so that they can be addressed. I think the same goes for education. We, again, very exciting that we're hearing hundreds of millions of dollars going into education, but at the end of the day, I think it would be a travesty for us to come here next year and to hear in the interim that the classroom still needs fans, still needs water coolers, still needs, teachers are still taking money out of their pocket to subsidize all of these different roles, to making sure that the children are there, bellies are full, books are paid for, bags are on their backs, they have their tablets, they have their internet. That is wonderful, but again, we all need to be part of that conversation to make sure that we're getting the outcomes as well as the outputs. Because, Madam President, I'll tell you, we could spend money, but how do we make sure that as part of the governance that we're being part of the conversation, and that we can attest that okay, if this wasn't it, then where do we come at it next time? Because if we keep throwing money after it and that's not creating what we need, then we need to look at that. And I don't feel personally that we need an IFI or an external group to tell us that. I think we have the metrics and the players involved right here at home that can address our problems. And we keep saying we're small enough, we can be the example, we can be the experiment, we can be the leaders in identifying where our challenges are. And most importantly, that after we've invested so much to educate young people, to give them opportunities unprecedented via technology and internet, that they stay at home, that they see themselves in this part of Belize moving forward, and they don't see that they have to go to the US or to places abroad to be valued, to be encouraged to lead and to see themselves as the future leaders of Belize. I think that's, and we've called out here before that even in terms of unskilled labor, that is now a challenge. We already have a very small population. What would it do to our small open economy for even more people, and particularly those educated persons, to be not in Belize, contributing to Belize and being a part of the working of the economy? That to me is important, that we all see ourselves in playing a role in making sure that people want to live in Belize, work in Belize, and contribute to the Belize. I think that is part, and I like that he's not in the room, but Senator Montejo to some degree has begun this in terms of how do we look at being a role in that audit. And there are citizens audit exercises that groups like the World Bank and others have come up with formal structures to actually track. If this is how much money we're investing towards addressing violence, addressing poverty, increasing education, creating a dynamic and well-educated, productive sector, that we can help to track back, because we're all out in the society, we can see. Most importantly, we can track delivery of service. When you walk into the lands department, do you feel welcomed? When you walked into the vital statistics office, do you feel like you're a client whose services are being honored? That part of that service delivery is also how taxpayers can feel that their taxpayers are at work, because you are there and you're getting the service as a Belizean, and it's not that you have to know somebody or you have to pay somebody on the side, that you are getting the service that you are required to get under the law and that you can reasonably expect to get in a timely manner, just like everybody else. I want to call out that we are already having the conversation, Madam President, in terms of this citizen engagement practices with Supreme Audit institutions. And I just want to call out a few of the tools and methods specifically, which are citizen complaint mechanisms, as I just mentioned, as part of the participatory audit, the social accountability tools, the public sharing meetings, CSOs, of course, playing a monitoring role in that audit and budget tracking. And it's really to make sure that citizens have, as I said, this active role and opportunity to be involved in direct public oversight, and really establishing a collaborative framework so that you can provide information that is applicable, that is timely, and that is well supported based on evidence presented. And I think that is all in about trying to be a solution-oriented, because I agree with all the senators who have called out the need for us to begin to track back, to say, when we say we have to spend this amount of money in operations, we know this is the end all, we're being efficient, you don't have to worry about Mickey and Minnie Mouse, they are not going to be on that list of beneficiaries. The money is going where it needs to get to. Unfortunately, Madam President, we have a history of every time we do an audit, we find there are bad actors there capitalizing and taking advantage of the fact that we're doing few of these audits. And that's unfortunate. And I think once we get into that regular opportunity for audits and various types of audit, that will really send a message that somebody's going to come along and there will be follow-up, and it won't be 10 or 15 years down the road. It will be now, and it will be important for those structures to be in place. I want to say, Madam President, with this budget, one of the things, again, that I feel strongly about in terms of who needs to see themselves, while it's everybody, that I am particularly, and I'll join Senator Bennett in calling for people to not just access the budget speech, but also this core document. I believe it will be on the National Assembly website, if it isn't already, of young people, of the youth. I think more and more we're seeing where young people are saying perhaps they don't feel that their voices are being perceived as more than transactional, that they want to see themselves in part of the transformation that we're trying to endeavor. And I really want to underscore that I think young people have a lot to say about many issues, about poverty, about violence, about their own rights as young people, and being able to be felt at the table. I think it's really important for them to be directly engaged. And I also want to say that Bishop made mention earlier about man-to-man is unjust, and I think it's also that for women in this country, that they see themselves in this budget and again begin to track over and beyond the means that we are addressing domestic violence and violence, gender-based violence. It is also that they are seeing themselves as an opportunity to lead in some of these efforts and to make sure that they can be part of the situation, because I don't think any woman wants to be limited to this victim role and this to be saved role. And it's really going to be important for us to make sure that we believe, as all the science suggests, that when women thrive, nations prosper. And when we're halfway on the mark to the population, if we're leaving the women out, then we're leaving half of the population behind. And I know that there is a commitment not to leave anybody behind, regardless of what their standing is, and to make sure that women see themselves in this budget and can look at it with a gender lens, and to make sure that where there are opportunities, to create those opportunities, to enhance those opportunities, to capitalize on those opportunities, that is there. I turn to a specific area of health, Madam President, insofar as I don't know what it will take for us to put mental health on a greater standing in terms of how we're directing health resources. I see mental health play out in everything from poor customer service, because people get woken up to the sound of a noisy dog or a weed whacker, or couldn't go to sleep because the neighbor got Makobe and decided to play for the whole street. I see people feeling bad and bringing that to work because they have to walk through, or the bus to have the windows open and the truck in front to fumigate the whole country for free. This whole context of the enabling environment we're trying to produce, of how do we look at mental health holistically, how do we look at mental health from a different angle, because we are seeing mental health play out in some terrible consequences. Less than a mile from where we stand right now, we saw a mass shooting play out that may have very well have included a mental health dynamic. And I don't know how many other lives have to be lost in really egregious ways for us to look at addressing and treating mental health appropriately, because we have, unfortunately, a cultural preference to say, oh, don't worry about him, he's just crazy. And then when crazy happens, we act a little bit surprised and then sad. And then we hold our breath until the next incident blows up. So I really want to call out again in terms of tracking, how do we make sure that we're creating healthy people, both mind and body, and making sure that we're treating mental health with a level of priority that it demands. I also want to highlight on behalf of our membership that as taxpayers and as persons dedicated to meaningfully participating in decision-making practices, the importance of not just safeguarding, but really sustainably developing our natural ecosystems, which ensure our nature-based economy. And it cannot be that we are safeguarding to keep those revenues coming in, but also to keep our people employed, fed, and yes, to make sure that we will be able to have those proven healing ions from the sea especially. And I checked with Senator Montero before he left. He did not take the road to Guatemala on the illegal side into Belize. But on a very, very serious note, I think we should all be up in arms that right under our noses, there are roads being built into our national parks. We are being perceived as we don't care, out of sight, out of mind, and there's no oversight. So if you all don't take care of it, we'll come in and we'll take care of it, and they'll pack it up by the board foot and whatever else, mine, everything else, and take it out. So how do we make sure that as a people, as a part of this budget and safeguarding why tourists and visitors are coming to Belize in record numbers according to the latest statistics? They're coming here for that, Madam President, and if we're not safeguarding it. And I'll bring one more statistic. The Chiquibul, where the road is, 60% of Belize's water comes from the Chiquibul, from those headwaters. Majority of our beer and our water come from, our processed water comes from that national park. If we're not stepping up for the Chiquibul in meaningful ways and trying to combat it in a way to make sure that we are all part of that, because I don't think FCD, I don't think the government in and of itself can do it alone. So we all need to be part of that and to make sure that we're playing an active role in making sure that everybody appreciates that Chiquibul and all our natural resources that are in jeopardy are Belizeans, and they are felt and seen to be Belizeans. Again, nature-based economy, Madam President. Senator Carl mentioned the drought and agriculture. I think officially we're in the midst of a heat wave. I just checked my phone, it's 104 degrees outside. I think we're starting to feel a little bit of it in here too. But again, we cannot resign ourselves to thinking that what's happening, and I know it was mentioned earlier in terms of climate, we are not contributing, but we are definitely taking a front line, the brunt of it in many cases. And how do we make sure that we are not waiting for somebody to come and save us in that regard? We have to look at ourselves in that. And as we continue to reiterate, Madam President, NGOs and civil society stands ready to continue to do its part against all sectors. And we again commend the government of Belize for ratifying treaties like the Escazú Agreement that call out for access to information, that call out to defense of environmental protectors. Those are things that are very meaningful to make sure that the role that we bring to those conversations is meaningful and is helpful, because that's what we want, to be helpful, to be constructive in the decisions being made. I will only say this, Madam President, to conclude, that I think in the end, as I said, in this big, thick document, if we can't be comfortable that the numbers are what they need to be, where they need to be, and they're getting to get to, then I don't think any of us would deliberately want to be part of that process. We need to make sure that we're participating in this because we want to play a role in making sure that we get the Belize we want and we need. Because if not, then it's really a conversation about something else as opposed to the Belize that we need to our future. I thank you.
I recognize Senator Christopher Cowie.
Thank you, Madam President. I think to start off, I'd like to join my colleagues in celebrating women in this National Women's Month. At the risk of running into trouble with my beautiful wife, I would say I much prefer women. And we need to see a lot more women in the workplace, in professional competencies and in leadership. My personal preferences aside, I'd like to speak to the budget. I think Senator Carl hit the nail on the head when he quoted President Obama. budgets do expose what our priorities are for everybody to see. And when we look at this budget, it helps to understand the context. And I want to speak to that context for a moment. When this administration came into office, we had to look at what are the priorities at that point in time. We have data, and the data in front of us shows us, we don't even need the data, but the data is showing us we have those immediate challenges. Unemployment rate at that point in time had skyrocketed. I think using the then unemployment measures, it was closer to 30%. The economy was contracting in a significant way. I think the IMF figure is around 13.4%. The debt, using the then figures, was around 133% of GDP. Prime Minister tends to highlight this fact as well, that we were borrowing $1 million a day just to pay bills. So while we had a Plan Belize strategy, that long-term plan, we had to deal with what was immediately in front of us. We had to make tough decisions and take immediate action. So that first budget that we got approved was harsh because it had to address those immediate challenges at that specific point in time. But there are other data that were already evidencing some of the ills of our society, our community, that have to be addressed. Not only had to, but have to be addressed. The poverty rate. That poverty rate at the time, based on the last figures that were determined, was that in 2018 the poverty rate was 52%. But that's a snapshot in time. In fact, in 2009 the poverty rate was 41%. So from 2009 to 2018, we went from a poverty rate of 41% to 52%. More than half our population was in poverty. That's the fact at the time of the change of administration. That's the data. I mentioned where we were at as far as unemployment, but looking deeper into that, what we also saw in terms of labor was that women are not participating in the labor force. The data even up to today is that gap between female labor force participation and male labor force participation runs around 27%, among, if not the highest in the entire Western Hemisphere. In energy, we have noted the challenges that we face. The importation of electricity from CFE ranges between 40 and 50%. That is a severe dependency that we have that is out of our control and that we need to address. In education, using the rough figures at that point in time, 1 out of every 3 2 out of every 3 pre-primary age children were not in preschool. Around 2 out of every 10 primary age children were not in primary school. And between 4 and 5 out of every 10 children of high school age were not in high school. So those were the facts, those are the data that on the change of administration we had to we were facing. We have a housing stock now valued at around $9.6 billion. Most of that housing stock lies along the coast, which makes it extremely vulnerable to climate events, hurricanes, floods, even sea level rise. Those are those facts that we have to deal with. But at the same time, in those first year or years, we had to address those immediate challenges, and that is what we did. And as we were able to address those, you will see and the budgets over the years evidence as much that the budgets and what we can prioritize have evolved, have changed. We are now in that position where we have built fiscal space, we have improved the debt. The debt to GDP is now half, as leader of government business said, half where it was. The unemployment rate is at all-time lows at 3.4%. We have had to address the matter of inflation, but as Senator Collett went through in much insightful detail, there has been much that has been done, and from a comparative standpoint, we are in a far better position than we are with our neighbors and our Caribbean brothers. What remains, though, or what is at a high level, what we have to look at now, going forward, is how do we stay on track, but not only stay on track, but elevate that level of growth that we have. Make more strides on that track. Make bigger strides on that track. Get in stride on that track. And this budget seeks to do that. It has a more long-term vision in its approach. It doesn't as much have to deal with the immediate challenges now. We can, with the successes that we've had in fiscal management, debt management, the running of the budget over the past couple of years, we are now in a position where we can take a more longer-term vision and spend in a way that will improve the quality of life of every Belizean, the productivity of every Belizean. Productivity is that weakness that we have, not only Belize, but the entire Latin America and the Caribbean. The studies done indicate that that is where we are, as a region, most challenged. It is in our productivity. Productivity splits into two parts. You have your human capital and you have your physical capital, the allocation of resources, resource allocation, capital resource allocation. And we have weaknesses on both fronts. And that's where we have to look at how we address those weaknesses for the long term so that we do elevate our growth path through enhanced productivity of our people and our resources. To address labor productivity, we have to look, we break it back down now into the quantity and the quality of human capital. How do we enhance the quantity first, the quantity of human capital? That is what the Ministry of Education has been focusing on, on both, but that is one specific area where we can look and see the action being taken. When you look at the quantity of capital, it is not only about labor creation, it is also about the access to education, the access to schooling, learning outcomes. We feed into quality, but simply the access to education feed into quantity. So when we look at that, what has the Ministry of Education embarked upon? The mandatory age. We've increased the mandatory age from 14 to 16. The mandatory schooling requirement has increased, which means there is more education for the individual. That's increasing that quantity of capital. But we are also, as a government, through the Ministry of Education, enhancing the access by way of the Education Upliftment Program that is so critical to the development of our young citizenry, the Education Upliftment Program. I believe we have in high schools around 22,000 students in high schools right now. I mentioned earlier the data that we were having a problem of as much as half of high school age students not being in high school. This directly addresses that problem. So out of those 22 students, the first batch, I wouldn't want to use tranche, but the first batch of schools, we had 9 schools that represent around 3,000 students that enjoy free education, and beyond free education, the school feeding program, the school bags, uniforms, etc. Now we're moving that up from 3,000 out of 22,000 to 9,000, and a doubling or 100 or 200% increase from 3,000 to 9,000. So we're almost at halfway point in terms of the free education program. That enhances access, that enhances the opportunities that our young students will have in their future and in the overall future of the country. That is what is being reflected in this budget. When we look at the Ministry of Education, the investments that are being made in education, that is what is being reflected in this budget. We went from, I think, 273 million in this current fiscal year to 303 million in this new fiscal year, an increase of $30 million, or 11% increase in the budget for education. That's investing in people. That's knowing the problems that we have and addressing those problems with these solutions. And that's addressing the quantity of human capital directly. As to the quality of human capital, there is also that investment. Investment in teacher training. The investment in quality assurance. What the MCC, as well as the World Bank, has identified is an issue in learning outcomes and the impact that teacher training can have in improving those learning outcomes. So where is that investment being made in those areas? So in the case of the MCC, I believe it's over 140 million over that will be targeted towards education alone. And within that project in education for the MCC, it will be in large part education quality assurance and pedagogical training subcomponents within that project. That addresses enhancing the quality of human capital, the very weaknesses that we, among all our neighbors in the region, face. So we are not sitting and watching what is going on. We are doing something about the challenges that we face. In the area of energy, we see those challenges, and those are what you may refer to as clear and present dangers. Even up to today, we've seen what the challenges are in San Pedro, the most popular tourist destination in our country. The demand for energy in San Pedro is far exceeding the supply. We also see the challenges with the CFE because they have their own demand challenges. We have to focus on how we address those challenges, and thus what we see is government taking a lead role, not because it wants to, but because it has to take a lead role in securing funding for increasing energy generation. So the Saudi Development Fund, that effort of raising funds from concessionary funds from the Saudi Development Fund, is focusing on targeting that challenge. The battery energy storage project that we are working on with the World Bank, that seeks to address that challenge as well, with the first portion of battery installations to occur in San Pedro. What I want to highlight, besides education, besides energy, is in the area of health. Once again, the analysis has been undertaken, and at its very essence though, what is it that we need in terms of healthcare? Healthcare, good healthcare, also enhances the productivity of the individual. Belize has spent quite a bit on healthcare, but what are the results of that expenditure? That is where we have to look at more efficient resource allocation in the use of those proceeds. That is where we have focused in on that investment. How do we more efficiently invest in healthcare? But at the same time, what we invest, this Bresenia administration has clearly taken that view that we have not invested enough. Whatever the view may be, as far as ratios, the view taken by this administration is that we need to invest more in healthcare. So what do you see in action? Well, you see the San Pedro Hospital, the investment in that San Pedro Hospital. You see the project for a Belmopan Tertiary Care Hospital, a national referral hospital. You see the investment in enhancing the clinics nationwide. But foremost, you see the expansion of NHI. NHI, as Senator Bennett has spoken to, has been around for a couple decades. But half of that period of time, nothing was done. It started off with certain districts, and then status quo was maintained. No further expenditure investment was made in broadening the access to NHI. That has changed under this administration, under this Bresenia administration. So in this current fiscal year, on NHI, we have spent $29 million on this NHI, and that has been to include the south side of Belize City, Corozal and Orange Walk. Now the north side of Belize City will be included, and soon to come will be Cayo District. But in this fiscal year, we have increased the budget for NHI from 29 million to 35 million. That's a $6 million increase. The budget for health in total has been increased by almost 24%. Those are tremendous increases in the provision of key social services for the country, health and education. But those are what will take us for the long run. Those are the focus areas that give you, in effect, the best return on your investment. So when we look at the data and pull from the data what we need to do to support people, to support this economy, that is what you're seeing in this budget. That is where we have spent the time. We have had our consultations, but we have spent much time in focusing in on what we need to do for the long run for the betterment of this country. Now, as for today, comments have been raised on the budget. I think Senator Herrera raised the issue of accounting for the expenditures. Senator Herrera does highlight that the last Auditor General report was 2014-2015. And that, I believe, is accurate. At the same time, however, since, this administration certainly has engaged technical assistance from the IMF to help produce financial statements for 2015-2016, 2016-2017. The Treasury has further prepared 2017-2018, 2018-2019, and 2019-2020. Those have already been prepared. What I understand is the delay is that the Auditor General wants additional supporting documents. So those have been prepared already. It's not that 10 years have gone and nothing has been done. With the assistance from the IMF, their Fiscal Affairs Division, we have gone through the process of reconciliation for all those additional years. I think the next step is for the Financial Secretary and Auditor General to settle on what additional supporting documents may be required to complete their audit. But as you can imagine, to do the more current years, you have to finish with those years. In the case of public sector employment, I think Senator Herrera did raise the matter of the workforce, the public sector workforce. And I think it's an area that we do have to spend the time to look at the use of whether we are getting the best use of the public sector staffing in the ministries. That is an ongoing effort, and I think that's where the Ministry of Public Service has to play its role in continuing that assessment, whether desk or site audits, but looking at that as ensuring that we do not have on-staff people who are simply not working. But as far as running through the various ministries and the breakdowns, there are any number of reasons that will give you the differences in the average wage, the change in employment. You have to account for increments, you have to account for rollovers. There are any number of reasons that explain. But there may well be also some errors or discrepancies that we have to look at. But I would say that when you look in the aggregate, there is not much not any significant difference in the average salary of the public sector employee. I think it's ranging between 30 and 31,000 per individual from this current fiscal year to what is projected into next fiscal year. As to the matter of poverty raised by Senator Bengoshe and poverty alleviation, I think what will be useful to highlight here is that trend, that initial trend that I mentioned. Whereas in 2009, the poverty rate was at 41% and by 2018 had increased to 52%, that trend has markedly changed in a positive way. In 2018, we were at 52%. By 2021, using the multi-dimensional poverty index that you referred to, Senator Bengoshe, that poverty rate had fallen to 36.5%. The incidence of poverty, a 16% decline. But in 2023, a further survey was conducted. That is to come out, I think, by tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm giving prematurely some data here, but that new survey indicates that the poverty rate, the multi-dimensional poverty, based on the multi-dimensional poverty index, has decreased further to around 26%. So I don't know if many of you will recall some of, I think it was 5 key areas that the PUP administration wanted to achieve within 10 years. One was to cut the poverty rate in half. Well, in 3 years, we have cut the poverty rate in half. That said, the poverty rate, as Senator has mentioned, is still too high. And that's why they raised that focus in education upliftment. That's why there is the focus in health, in making living cheaper and more livable. But also, that is where the private sector plays a critical role in the overall upliftment of people, and the private sector has stepped up in that regard, as reflected in our unemployment rate at all-time lows of around 3.5% or 3.4%. That's where the private sector plays that integral role in the functioning of our economy, in the upliftment of people by creating the income opportunity for them. So with unemployment rate as low as it is, with the efforts in infrastructure, in health, in education, in housing, that is where this administration makes that material difference for each and every individual in this country. Senator Chanona does speak to the environment And going back to that period from 2021, what we know is what we experience, supported by the data, yes, but what we experienced, the frequency of hurricanes, the floods that associate with that, the sea level rise. These are all climate risks to which Belize is particularly vulnerable. Belize is one of the most, or I would say, has among the highest climate risks in the world. I think it's ranked 5 in the world, reflecting the level of vulnerability that we have. So it is incumbent upon us that we look at how we address that vulnerability. How do we build climate resiliency? But climate resiliency building is not cheap. And that's where we have to look at how do we secure financing to support building of climate resiliency. Without climate resiliency, we can never have economic resiliency. So it's critical that we build climate resiliency. But when we look at climate resilient or climate finance, we have to break it down. We have climate adaptation and climate mitigation. Within climate adaptation is where we see the opportunity to secure grant funding, grant support. The GCF plays a key role in that, one of the largest climate finance agencies in the world, but there are others. The Green Environmental Facility, as an example, GEF, is another. Adaptation Fund is another. We have embarked on a concerted effort in seeking to secure those financing to support us in the various areas of climate vulnerability, including in particular infrastructure. And we have been successful in that regard. But it is also an opportunity where we can look at the very vulnerabilities that I mentioned at the outset in housing. We have our housing stock, or the majority of our housing stock along the coastline. We now have to look at how we can address that challenge, perhaps by encouraging a shift to more climate resilient locations.
Senator Cowie, you have about 5 minutes. If you need more, just let me know.
All right, thank you. To that end, that is an area where we look to these funds to make the case that we need those funds. We need climate resiliency building funding to support climate resiliency, climate resilience housing. So I know you had raised, Senator, the matter of housing, but we have to look at it in that broader context. Knowing our vulnerabilities, how do we address housing in that climate vulnerability context? This is one way that we can do that, and this is one way that we can access concessionary finance to support us in that regard. It's not an overnight process, though. It takes time, and that's where within this budget we have to focus on what we can do right now, but you will see in short order what we will bring to the table when it comes to matters such as those. But on a whole, I just wanted to run through the different comments raised by the social partner senators. I'd like to say that it really is unfortunate that we did not have the benefit of opposition senators on the debate, but I am certainly very thankful for the time and the insights, the analysis undertaken and disclosed here today by the social partner senators. Certainly informed on this debate today, so that we can expound on what is being done through this budget and what is the vision of this Briceño administration. So I believe I can stop there, Madam President. Thank you.
Madam President, I would like to thank all the senators who participated for their contributions and for their support for the General Revenue Appropriations 2024-25 bill. The budget that we are about to pass is a budget that I said at the very beginning, and the debate proved me to be right. Is one that is balanced and in the best interest of the Belizean people, taking account of the circumstances in which we find ourselves today, both within the country and in the region in which we are a part. And so, Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending March 31st, 2025 be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending March 31st, 2025.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to vary the rate of the duty on refined white sugar and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, the bill is self-explanatory. It reduces the rate to zero in keeping with the economic partnership agreements that we have with the EU and the United Kingdom. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to vary the rate of duty on refined white sugar and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duty Act, Chapter 48 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to vary the rate of duty on refined white sugar and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I seek your leave for us to deal with the next three bills together. They are part of the suite of legislation designed to advance the reform of the criminal justice system in Belize.
So granted.
Grateful. Madam President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to provide for certain convictions to become spent and be expunged from the criminal records, to provide against the disclosure of such convictions, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. I move a second reading of a bill for an act to repeal the Penal System Reform Alternative Sentencing Act, Chapter 1021 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and the Probation of Offenders Act 2020 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to make provisions relating to alternative sentences and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. And the second reading of a bill for an act to provide for the establishment of a system of plea discussions and plea agreements and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, as I indicated, these bills form a very important part of the reform of the criminal justice system in the country of Belize that have been undertaken by the Briceño administration that was led initially by the former Attorney General Magali Marin Young, Senior Counsel, and now being led by Attorney General Anthony Sylvester. Madam President, I want to start by saying that these pieces of legislation enjoy the support of the judiciary, the Director of Public Prosecution, the police, the Colby Foundation, and they have been the subject of extensive consultation. In fact, we received a letter from the judiciary this week. The Attorney General received a letter from the judiciary urging the urgent passing of this legislation in order to start implementing what they provide for. Taking the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Bill first, Madam President, the purpose of this bill is to increase the efficiency in the judicial system. And the idea is to recognize that people who have been rehabilitated, people who have paid their debt to society, should be allowed to be reincorporated into society and a criminal record against them being expunged. Having a criminal record, Madam President, as you know, affects many persons applying for jobs, applying for visas, and applying for other services, where an application form requires you to say, have you been found guilty of a criminal offense? The purpose here is to, in the limited number of offenses listed in the Act, is to expunge those convictions in the circumstances established in the Act by the board that will be established by the Act. And Madam President, the purpose of that, as I say, is to allow those persons who have served their time and who have been rehabilitated to have their records expunged, and therefore the stigma of their conviction would be removed. There is a provision that precludes the disclosure of that person's conviction after their record has been expunged. Madam President, the second piece of legislation is the alternative sentencing bill. This bill, again, Madam President, is designed to repeal the existing legislation. What the judiciary reported was that between 2016 and 2022, over 60% of the 5,388 convicted persons serving custodial sentences at the Central Prison were convicted and imprisoned for immigration offenses and other non-violent and less serious offenses, such as non-payment of the debt, fines, and maintenance orders. The prison is filled, Madam President, with persons who have not committed serious offenses, important offenses, yes, violations of law, but the judiciary has no tools with which to provide alternative modes of sentencing. Where persons, for example, come across the border and they do so illegally or are found in Belize in violation of immigration laws, the question is, should that person be in Colby, or should that person be put to do one of the things that the new legislation will set out in terms of alternative sentences? The belief is, Madam President, that giving the judiciary the power to impose community service orders, curfew orders, exclusion orders, conditional sentence orders, probation orders, suspended sentence supervision orders, conditional discharge, intermittent sentence, alternative sentences, etc., puts the judiciary in a position to impose a sentence that they believe that is appropriate to fit the crime for the person who is convicted before them, and secondly, to significantly reduce the prison population for persons who, quite frankly, ought not to be in the prison. Madam President, this bill is central to the advancing of our judicial reform process as is identified in the agenda in Plan Belize. The Criminal Procedure Plea Discussion and Plea Agreement Bill 2024, Madam President, is a sea change in the judicial system. It allows a prosecutor in prescribed circumstances to engage persons even before they are charged or after they are charged with a plea discussion, which may lead to a plea agreement, which would then be put before the court for approval or disapproval by the judiciary. The idea here, Madam President, is to implement a measure or a suite of measures that is designed to reduce backlog, reduce the time to trial, and to move those cases that really persons know that they're guilty, but because the system will take 3-4 years before they come to trial, and because it's likely that witnesses will disappear or the memories fade or documents are lost, they take the risk of saying not guilty, clog up the system, and hopefully 3 or 4 years later they would get off. What this does is to give them an incentive up front to negotiate with the prosecution in circumstances where they have legal representation, in circumstances where they cannot be induced by inducements, illegal inducements, but in circumstances where in truth and in fact you have committed an offense, you won't go to prison. If we take the bill that I just discussed, the alternative sentences, they can sit down with you and say, listen, we think we can recommend to the court that you get some sort of community service or something else. And then years later, depending on the offense, you can then have that expunged from your record. And that is why these 3 pieces of legislation, Madam President and colleagues, are being taken together, and we hope that in the years to come, once they're implemented, they will make a significant difference in the administration of justice, particularly on the criminal side. I commend the bills.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Madam President, I rise to support these bills. I think that looking at the criminal justice reform in terms of alternative sentencing or the plea agreement or plea discussions, I think is an important step in terms of the overall reform. A couple of points that I'd like to raise is that, well, first of all, there are the positives, like what the leader of government business just mentioned. Certainly it saves costs, and so rather than going through the whole process of prosecuting, sometimes an arrangement can be made where you don't only avoid that long legal process, but you also get community service and get people rehabilitated back into the community, teach them new skills and that type of thing. So those are certainly positives, Madam President. I think it also leads to the possibility of rehabilitation. For example, persons who may have mental illnesses, you wouldn't want them to be back in prison when they could probably be outside and be treated properly and that type of thing. And so I think those are certainly some areas that the bills offer some advantages in going forward. One point, though, that I would like to caution as we're going along is not so much what it doesn't do, but what the potential that it can. For example, victims of crimes sometimes feel a deep sense of injustice when they feel like the perpetrators have not been punished appropriately. And so I think there's also an educational, there should also be an educational component to these bills where people understand where we're going with it. I mean, we've been trying the whole system in terms of just a punitive type of justice for a while, but I think the rest of the world has certainly moved beyond us in many of these respects, and I think that we can move in that direction as well, but I also believe that we need to bring the population along with us. You wouldn't want people in Belize already feel a deep sense of injustice whenever you're going through the court system and we see all the persons who just walk away from these cases without the ability to convict them, even in many cases where the case seems very strong against them. We wouldn't want that to flourish where people feel a further sense of injustice, Madam President. And so that's the only point I wanted to raise on this bill. I think that there should be some educational process along with it so that people can understand that it's not that a person is getting off from what they did or not being punished for what they did, but that perhaps there's a better way of going through that process in terms of bringing that individual so that they change their ways as well as contribute to society. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Elena Smith.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a few comments. The NTUCB does support these bills as well. We feel that, it's a step in the right direction. It's going to help, as Senator said, in terms of the backlog in the courts. It's going to help tremendously with addressing those. In terms of the criminal records rehabilitation, Madam President, there's just one concern relating to the database of criminal records. I'm not sure, or we are not sure, in terms of who is responsible for keeping that record. Senator, maybe Senator can respond to that at the end. Should the police be the ones to do that? Is there a system where the various departments, if you will, are connected or speak to each other, so that whatever happens in the courts is then maybe transferred, or the police has access to those records, that they can properly have records of your matters, no? So that, like, for example, now I can go for a police record right now and my record can be clean. But it doesn't mean that I have a record from 5 years, 6 years, 7 years ago. If it's not in a system where it was recorded in a timely manner, then my record that I get from the police may not be accurate in terms of a database. So that's a concern that we have in terms of the database. And so we have to look at, who will be responsible, how is that going to be updated in a timely manner. And so that, again, also that there could be a connection between whoever will have this database and maybe Colby, so that if there is any missing information in the database, then it can be connected to Colby, so that you can have a record of Elena Smith was in prison in this year for this, and the next year for that, and the next year for that. That will also help with your database as well, so that when you get your record, it reflects an accurate record of you. And then for the criminal procedure plea, there was a concern that, well, first off, having the opportunity to plea, we feel is a good one, because as I said, again, it's going to take time away from having to go through an entire case and this entire process, when this can be done separately. There was a suggestion that maybe a particular judge can be identified, appointed, elected, whatever word we want to use, to streamline all of the indictments or the cases, and ensure that case management, is done in such a way that those who wish to plea can go through that process, and if he or she is successful, then that judge would then just pass it on to or refer to another judge who would then deal with the case, and so that you would already have all of those documentation there. Again, I'm not no legal person, I'm just trying to present the manner, the concern, if you will, or the comment in terms of how we would have received it. And so so case management is critical, but if we have two separate entities dealing with these, then it makes the process go faster. As it relates to the alternative sentencing, we have no issues or concerns there. But all in all, Madam President, we do support the way in which we are going with these three bills. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Janelle Chanona.
Thank you, Madam President. We rise in support of these three pieces of legislation, Madam President. We think it especially prudent from a human rights perspective, but also has been called out from a cost perspective. We know that it costs taxpayers monies to keep these persons on remand, sometimes for many, many, many years, and that is certainly justice delayed. We have a couple suggestions, Madam President, for consideration by Committee of the Whole. In the criminal records we found, and I don't know if this is where Senator Smith was referring, but at 35, the custody of records, that also be further clarified as to where that office will rest and with whom that responsibility will rest. We also thought on track with the recommendation for making sure that that information is readily accessible, particularly to employers who may need to have certain information readily available, that be somehow as an online registry, not necessarily public, but certainly that you would register to access certain information, and perhaps that's something to discuss with the business community in particular in terms of how to approach. We have often seen where businesses have had to publish certain notices in the newspaper, so-and-so is no longer working with so-and-so, and then when you see that person has a reference, there's lack of clarity in terms of the type of, the reasons or the context for that person deviating, but certainly some type of online registry. We also take note that the convictions which may not be expunged do include rape, including marital rape and other types of sexual offenses. We support that in the fullest. And along the lines of that it be clarified, certainly along the lines of the victim impact and the re-victimization potential, that those victims are assured that, and as part of the education around this, that there is that list as Schedule 1, that certain crimes will never be expunged from the records, and to make sure that is clearly highlighted to the public as they should be. With the criminal procedure plea and plea agreement, and along the same recommendations of not wishing to re-victimize anyone, but certainly that perhaps they be given some specific reference to the weight of a victim impact statement. At 2C, it includes persons as well as businesses, and it says a written statement made by the victim, which is provided to a prosecutor under Part 3, that perhaps allowance be made for in-camera or in-court contribution, just so that whoever is presiding over the session will be able to give emotion to that victim statement so that it can be treated with the appropriate response there. And just on the alternative sentencing bill, we also see where this would be helpful in terms of youth and young persons getting caught up with the wrong side of the law while maintaining law and order, and certainly suspended sentences and the allowance of that. But we also really want to make sure that the public appreciate this is in an attempt to keep law and order. I think the records and the statistics reflect that revisitation, once someone gets into that criminal system, it becomes a revolving door. And we certainly want to call out that the approach that the Colby Foundation in managing the Central Prison has taken has been a rehabilitation, but in terms of those persons on remand, how do we make sure that those persons under this, as provided under this draft legislation, is looking for ways of making sure they can continue to be, or can get a chance to be constructive citizens. I do want to take this opportunity in light of this reform move, that I was made aware recently that there is more than 70, perhaps less than 80 currently, just to add to the statistics that the Leader of Government Business have shared, that are still in prison for COVID-related violations. And from a human rights perspective, we certainly hope that those can be looked at quickly and processed so that we can make sure that those persons are dealt with expeditiously to make sure that their human rights are not violated. But within the same vein, I think it is important as a society, again, in terms of trying to look at things holistically, and again, in support of the reform of this, that we're not seeing the prison as a dumping ground for our problems and locking that away. I think we have seen where our violence remains what it is, so clearly that is not the way forward for us, and it's really to make sure that we're rationalizing the best uses of our resources when it comes to the prison, because they come at a high cost, both in terms of the human spirit and in terms of the financial costs dealing with the prison. So it's really to make sure that we see that prison and we leverage it for what it needs to be, but we're also making sure that that is really a last resort, because as was laid out, many of the offenses perhaps can be dealt with in other ways that are more closer to meaningfully addressing it from a human rights perspective, as well as maintaining law and order. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Moses Bengusha.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and I rise too to support what is before us insofar as the bills are concerned. And the leader of government business will recall some time ago that I had raised with him the issue of some Caribbean nationals, in the prison system for immigration, because of immigration purposes. And so when he raised that just now, I was rather enlightened that we're moving in this direction. And so I will not take up the Senate time. I just want to ensure that I'm on record that I'm also agreeing to what is before us. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Isabel Bennett.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a few remarks as it relates to the bills that are before us. Good recollection for the Belizean public to remember we had ushered in good governance. We had ushered in a slew of financial instruments that were able to stabilize our finances as a country, given the situation before November 2020. And again, I continue to see a collection or an action, a pathway that continues to strengthen the judiciary. And as I went through these three bills that have been tabled, I am happy to see that especially there's alternative sentencing. As with education, there's alternative assessment. And so when I think about some of the alternatives that has been identified in this bill, I know that Belizeans will feel more at ease. We will see less strenuous budgeting going towards the prison. But as with everything with a caution, I would encourage Belizeans not to take advantage of what we are establishing and the laws and the peripheries that we're putting in place to address justice in a fair way. So for the work that has been done by the AG Ministry regarding these are commendable, and I am sure that we will continue to appreciate what comes for the judiciary. I know the legislative will soon be on the tiptoes of these. I thank you.
Madam President, again, I would like to thank my Senate colleagues for supporting these important pieces of legislation. If I can try to respond to the issues that have been raised. The first one that I am not able to respond to is the issue raised by Senator Elena Smith, where she was calling for appropriate case management to address what would clearly be quite a number of cases of persons who want to enter into plea agreements or sentencing agreements. That's a matter for the registrar and the Chief Justice as to how they will manage it, and I wouldn't want to speak for them. The additional issues raised with respect to the database for the criminal records. The Criminal Records Office exists, has always existed, and it's been existing for a very long time. Under Section 35 of the bill, the criminal records is kept by the Criminal Records Office. That's an electronic database. The court will also have a separate database. And I have not heard any reason, Senator Smith, as to why there may be some concern about the Criminal Records Office continuing to maintain the database in relation to expunged sentences, etc. So there is provision for it. Senator Chanona raised the question of public access to the Criminal Records Office database. That's a policy question. I would certainly not support it. There are a number of things that are in there. It's not only that John Brown has been convicted of X and this is his sentence. There's other data and information that's in there that, in my view, should not be made public. The fact of the matter is that anyone who wishes information as to whether or not a person's record has been expunged, they will be able to access it very easily. On the question of the victim impact, first of all, you will see, Madam President and members, beginning at section clause 12 to 18 of the Criminal Procedure Bill, the victim impact statement is set out. The entire procedure as to how it should work is set out in clauses 12 right through to 18. Most importantly, you will see at clause 19 that where a plea agreement hearing is being held, it is necessary under 19(2)(d) that the victim impact statement must be included in the list of documents that is to be presented to the judge who is conducting the hearing, assuming that a victim impact statement has been obtained. And we will see that there is comprehensive provision as to what is to happen where none is obtained. Madam President, when one looks at clause 24 of the bill, and again this addresses one of the concerns that was raised, a plea agreement hearing shall be held in open court unless, having taken into consideration all the circumstances, the court considers that the hearing should be held in camera, meaning in private. And so that addresses one of the issues that was raised by Senator Herrera. When a person wants to speak or present his or her victim impact statement, they can make a request for that to be done in private for obvious reasons, and the court is empowered to grant that request. Subsection 24(2), you will see again that the prosecutor shall disclose to the court in the presence of the attorney at law of the accused person, or where the accused is unrepresented, in the presence of the accused, C, if a victim impact statement is filed, whether the victim would like to read the victim impact statement in open court or have the statement read by the prosecutor or an officer of the court. And D, if a victim impact statement is not filed, whether the victim or any relative of the victim was informed of the right to make the victim impact statement of the matters mentioned in sections 12 and 13. So again, one, the victim impact statement, if it is given, must be brought to court. Two, the person who makes a statement is entitled to read the statement himself or herself, or to request that an attorney, the prosecutor, or some officer of the court reads it. Thirdly, to request that the matter not be held, or that portion not be held in public but in private, so that the person can feel confident in what he or she is saying would not result in any consequences to him or her. And then finally, 24(3) and 24(4). If a victim impact statement is filed with the court shall consider the views expressed in the victim impact statement before accepting or rejecting a plea agreement, and the court may accept or reject all or any part of the victim impact statement. And 5, an accused person may, with the leave of the court, cross-examine the victim on the contents of the victim impact statement of the victim to the extent that the court allows. Again, Senator Herrera had raised a question as to what happens to the statement. The law provides that it is to be taken into account by the court, and the court has, like in any judicial decision, decide whether to accept all or any of it, and may allow, to the extent that the court believes it should be, cross-examination of a person who makes a victim impact statement. Madam President and members of the Senate, I believe I have addressed the issues that have been raised. And Senator Bengushe, indeed, you had raised with me the question of those CARICOM nationals who are in prison for immigration violations. This type of legislation is designed to address those problems, to deal with those persons, so that they do not necessarily have to be in the Corby Foundation. Madam President, I ask that the question be put in respect of the three bills.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide for certain convictions to become spent and be expunged from criminal records, to provide against the disclosure of such convictions, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal the Penal System Reform Alternative Sentencing Act, Chapter 10201, of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and the Probation of Offenders Act, Chapter 120 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to make new provisions relating to alternative sentencing and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide for the establishment of a system of plea discussions and plea agreements, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to provide for certain conviction to become spent and be expunged from criminal records, to provide against the disclosure of such conviction, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. A bill for an act to repeal the Penal System Reform Alternative Sentencing Act, Chapter 10201 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and Probation of Offenders Act, Chapter 120 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to make new provisions relating to alternative sentencing and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. A bill for an act to provide for the establishment of a system of plea discussion and plea agreements, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the whole Senate on Bills and Motion.
I will ask now the visitors to please clear the gallery.
Public business, government business, motion.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee has met and considered the resolution authorizing the ratification of the agreement under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea on the Conservation and Sustainable Use of Marine Biological Diversity of Areas Beyond National Jurisdiction, motion 2024, and has agreed that it be returned back to the Senate for adoption. I therefore move that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is now, therefore be it resolved that this Honorable Senate, having examined the said agreement, authorizes the Government of Belize to ratify the agreement under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea on the Conservation and Sustainable Use of Marine Biological Diversity of Areas Beyond National Jurisdiction, a copy which is hereby hereto annexed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Reporting on third reading of bills.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the General Revenue Appropriation 2024-25 Bill 2024 and passed it without amendment, the Customs and Excise Duties Amendment Bill 2024 and passed it without amendment, the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Bill 2024, pass it without amendment, Alternative Sentencing Bill 2024, and pass it without an amendment, and the Criminal Procedure Plea Discussion and Plea Agreement Bill 2024, and pass it without amendment. I now move that the bills be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending March 31, 2025 be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 4.8 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to vary the rate of duty on refined white sugar and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide for certain convictions to become spent and be expunged from criminal records, to provide against the disclosure of such convictions, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal the Penal System Reform Alternative Sentencing Act, Chapter 10201 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and the Probation of Offenders Act, Chapter 120 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to make new provisions relating to alternative sentencing and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide for the establishment of a system of plea discussions and plea agreements and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending March 31st, 2025. Customs and Excise Duty. The bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duty Act, Chapter 48 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to vary the rate of duty on refined white sugar and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. The bill for an act to provide for certain convictions to become spent and expunged from criminal record, to provide against the disclosure of such convictions, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. The bill for an act to repeal the Penal System Reform Alternative Sentencing Act, Chapter 10201 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and the Probation of Offenders Act, Chapter 120 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to make new provisions relating to alternative sentencing and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. A bill for an act to provide for the establishment of a system of plea discussion and plea agreement and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize Senator Janelle Chanona.
Good afternoon, Madam President. I rise today to speak on the matter of public importance for the plight, if you will, of women and girls in Belize as we observe Women's Month 2024. And with your leave, Madam President, I will ask my colleagues to indulge me in a brief exercise. The only requirement is for you to sit and close your eyes and not imagine the persons I am describing are your loved ones. You can think about anybody else, but not your loved ones. It is not your daughter who is grasping their cell phone, trembling fingers, trying to send a text to your wife to tell them that your intimate partner has just dealt you a death blow and you're trying to get a message out for them to save the baby, your grandchild. It's not your grandchild. It is not your daughter who is in a car being chased by her ex-partner only to end up in a car accident and to have your daughter's ex-partner come up to the car and tell you, if I can't have you, no one can have you. It is not your daughter or your sister who has been killed by her intimate partner only to have him turn the weapon on himself and commit suicide. Details resembling those cases have happened within the last 4 weeks, Madam President, right here in Belize. That is the reality we're facing. Last week I heard mention that there was a woman who was facilitated with a home and so relieved that she's now in a safe space because she has been removed from a cycle of violence. And I reiterate, it is a cycle of violence because even though she has escaped from that abusive home, the statistics tell us that the abuser will move in a new victim and the cycle is manifested again. We had the situation last year where a woman was able to escape, fled to a different part of the country, only to be tracked down by her husband and then to have her son engage in a violent altercation with his father, the abuser, and there was a murder. The father was murdered. That is the reality of what we're dealing with, Madam President and colleagues, in terms of the vicious cycle of violence. And as I shared earlier, the reality is if we are not providing opportunities for equity and equality and addressing gender-based violence, wherever it starts, in language, in the streets, in the workplace, in Parliament, we are setting the tone for how our women and girls will continue to be treated. And I call this out as a matter of urgent importance because we cannot have high-functioning, damaged people trying to help damaged people. We have to make sure we are able to be healthy, fulfilled, and feel safe for mental health, for physical health, and for economic health of our nation. Our people are our most precious resources. They are the backbone of our country, and if we're talking about ignoring the plight or not meaningfully addressing at every given opportunity and creating new opportunities to address the issues facing women in this country, women and girls, we're setting ourselves up for terrible consequences. Madam President, with your leave and on behalf of the members of the Women's Parliamentary Caucus, I will ask to refer to a press release that will be issued later today from the caucus on the occasion of Women's Month, but I would like it on the record. As women parliamentarians, the caucus takes a zero-tolerance policy on all forms of gender-based violence. we are determined to actively advocate for, and vigorously champion the cause of women and girls towards creating a future where Belizean women and girls are safe in their homes, on the streets, and at their jobs. A future where non-discriminatory laws are enforced as part of the social infrastructure and policies. A future where women's leadership is amplified and encouraged. All available research highlights our collective responsibility in striving for gender equality and equity. Government, civil society, youth, private sector, and supporting international agencies are already working hard on several fronts, including to end poverty, to break the vicious cycle of gender-based violence, accelerate progress towards equality and equity, enhance empowerment of women and girls, address climate justice, and increase opportunities for investment in and by women. In Belize, the unabated and brutal violence being directed towards women and children, girls in particular, is a key indicator of the enormity of the task of hand. Some of Belize's most egregious femicides committed by men they once trusted have taken place this year. Too many women and girls are suffering in silence from the crimes of rape, sexual abuse, and physical violence. Too many of us are forced to tolerate the sexually explicit harassment openly directed to women and girls of all ages in public spaces. The lack of participation by women and girls in leadership can be directly linked to the use of derogatory language and lack of decorum directed at women leaders and parliamentarians. We must all do our part to change these dynamics if we want to create the enabling environment we need for women and girls to thrive, because when women thrive, nations prosper. The caucus reiterates its commitment to supporting all legislative efforts, including incorporating gender budgeting initiatives to the national process, strengthening existing and implementing already identified necessary laws and policies to address core gender-based issues, and reform of the standing orders and establishment of codes of conduct of both the upper and lower house so that members of parliament can set new standards and lead by example. That's the end of the release, Madam President. And just before I close, I think it's an important segue to publicly extend our collective gratitude, certainly from the social partners, but I think I can speak for all senators, to thank Senator Elena Smith for her contributions over the last 8 years to the work of Parliament and to her very meaningful and helpful representation of Parliament at international fora, her work in education, both nationally and regionally, and as a, I would say, always welcoming colleague. We know what she has endured, seen and unseen, as to the realities of women in leadership, and we thank her for it, and we send her strength for the next chapter ahead. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I would like, on behalf of the government bench, to extend our congratulations and thanks to Senator Elena Smith for her sterling service as a member of the Honorable Senate representing the National Trade Union Congress of Belize. Whilst, as she said earlier, her contributions have not always met the approval or agreement of the government, we know that they were made in good faith and from a good place, and therefore we respected them. We wish her all the very best in her future endeavors. I now move that the Senate do now adjourn.
And having heard from Senator Janelle Chanona and leader of government business, all I will say is thank you, thank you, thank you for a job well done, Senator Elena Smith. Honorable members, the question is that the Senate do now adjourn. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. The Senate now stands adjourned.